Welcome to the third part of Module 5, that is Automate with Jenkins. So in this part we are going to discuss about why we require an automation tool. So why can't we do without an automation tool? And we will discuss all the features that are offered by the Jenkins, and we will do the installation. Then we will check Freestyle, what's Freestyle and what is Pipelaine as a code, and we'll see how to install tools inside the Jenkins. We'll see how to configure the plugins and how to install plugins inside the Jenkins and how to build the first job. And we will also see plugins and versioning, and we'll see a flow of continuous integration, and we will build a continuous integration pipeline, a continuous integration pipeline with Docker, a continuous integration and continuous delivery pipeline, and continuous integration and continuous delivery pipeline with Docker. So let's begin with merging. We should really understand what is a continuous integration and what problem does it solve. So developers, when they are working on a product development or a code, so they will write the source code, they'll develop a source code, and then they will build the code and they test it. They test that code locally in their local machine, and finally then they push it to the centralized version control system. So this is what the normal process. We have been discussing this flow. We have been discussing this pattern almost for more than 15 to 20 times so far. Even in maven we have discussed, even in our git we have discussed about this information. Okay, so writing the source code, then build it and test locally and push it to the remote repository, that is our uh, centralized centralized version control system. And this is a continuous process. So write the code, build the code, and test it locally. If everything is good, then push it to the centralized version control system. This is a continuous process. This will be done by the developer 1 that you see on left side. He's developer 1. The same will be repeated by developer 2, and he will push it to the version control system, centralized version control system. In this example it is GitHub. So then again the second developer comes into the picture, write the source code, build the source code, test it locally, and push it to the GitHub. Same, the third one. The cycle repeats, repeats, and repeats. So like that, all developers will be doing the same thing in a team. So now obviously that sounds good, but then there is a problem with it. What is that problem? Can you get it? Can you understand? Can you tell me what is the problem? If you know, just ping that problem in comment section. I'm gonna look into that. So what is the problem? So of course there is a problem, and that's why we are going to use a continuous integration to solve that. So the problem, well, this is happening many times in a day by all the different developers, and the codes or the code gets merged into the centralized repository on a regular basis, and days passed, weeks passed, sometimes even months pass, the code keep getting merged, and then after some time, if the code is together built and tested, it generates a lot of bugs, issues, and conflicts. So that's happening because the code is getting much, but really not getting integrated. The code is getting merged, but the code is not really getting integrated. So as the days passed, week passed, sometimes even months pass, the code is keep on getting merged and merged and merged, but it's never getting integrated. So because of that, after some time when you want to test it, it generates a lot of bugs, lot of issues, and lot of conflicts. So as a developer keep merging the code to the version control system multiple times in a day and several times in a week, and there could be so many bugs. So will this code is getting merged, and after a long time when it is tested together, it generates those errors, those bugs, those conflicts, and that's very natural. But the problem starts after that. What's that? After this, everything needs to be fixed. That's where the pain comes. That's where the resources will be lost. That's where your capital will be lost. That's where your client will lose the faith on you. So the main problem starts after that. That is, everything needs to be fixed. All bugs, all issues, all conflicts to be fixed. So developer developer needs to do a lot of work, invest a lot of time in fixing all this, and maybe the deadline is already coming close, or maybe you're already past the deadline. So now what's the solution? What can we do? So the solution is continuous integration. Though the integration is a painful process, but still I say the solution for this is continuous integration. But nevertheless, it has to be done. But if we don't come to this problem, what if these bugs, these errors, these conflicts get resolved as regular as the code is getting merged. Yes, what if what if these bugs, these errors, these conflicts gets resolved as a regular basis as the code is getting merged every time when you push the code, if it resolves the bugs and other errors and conflicts on a regular basis, how would it be? So for that we have a solution. For that there is a solution. So whenever there is a code change in a centralized repository, or or for every commit, for every commit that is done by the developer or by any developer, for any commit which is done by the developer or any developer, we build the code and build code for every commit, build and test, of course. And if this has to be done for every commit, then this process needs to be automated. Whenever there is a code change, the code should be fetched, built and tested. If there is anything wrong, the developer gets notified, and then developers can pitch in and fix the code. This process is called continuous integration. Code is written by a developer, code is built, then code was tested locally, then code has been pushed into version control system, centralized version control system, that is GitHub. So once it's pushed to the centralized version control system, so now an automation tool should come into the picture, and it has to do following activities. So here let's take one example. So this developer has written a source code, built the source code, tested it locally and pushed it to version control system. So that's GitHub. So now an automation tool should come into the picture. As soon as the commit has been done by the developer, the automation tool has to fetch the code from the VCS or GitHub version control system or a remote repository. From that it has to fetch the source code, then build the source code and test the source code. If there are any issues, any bugs or any conflicts, it has to notify the developer back, and this cycle is gonna repeat like a circle. So fetch, build, test, deploy. So this cycle is gonna continue. Whenever you commit a small piece of module into VCS, the cycle is going to be repeated. This is going to be repeated again and again. For each and every commit, the cycle is to be repeated, and this is called continuous integration. This is called continuous, this process is called continuous integration. So when developer makes the code change, the code should be first built, tested and notified to the developer, and if there is any failure, the developer will get notification. Developers will stop doing whatever they are doing, first fix the problem first and then continue their process. So because of this, if there is any problem in the code, it will be caught immediately and fixed also immediately. So we will not be waiting for a longer time and accumulate all those issues, bugs, conflicts. So or they even gets multiplied so many times, and this is the continuous integration process. In short, so not only just merging the code, but also for every commit which will test and notify. So as I said, if this is a continuous process, then we need to automate this process. So if you automate this process will be called a continuous integration process, and Jenkins is the most famous tool for continuous integration. So it started as continuous integration tool. The Jenkins started as a continuous integration tool anyways, but now it's much more than just a continuous integration. It's a continuous integration, continuous delivery, continuous deployment. For Docker also, for Kubernetes also you can use it. It's much more, it's much bigger than what they have imagined. But a very basic use case of Jenkins is the same. So whenever there is a code change by the developer, Jenkins is going to fetch the code, build, evaluate it, and notify the developer. So this is a continuous integration process done by Jenkins. So Jenkins has many features. We can just keep talking about it, but I think it's too many, too many features are there. So it's open source, and so there are too many features it has. But out of which we are gonna talk about two main features. Two main features out of which one is it is open source, and second one is it is extensible. So it can have many features. Developers around the world are contributing to the Jenkins source code and making it a better every day. And as I said, now Jenkins is not just a continuous integration server. It's much more than that. It's much bigger than that. There are so many plugins that gets developed for Jenkins. For example, plugin for version control system to integrate Jenkins with almost every version control system. So build plugin, so you can build a Java, .NET, Node.js, any kind of source code by their build tools. So cloud plugin, testing plugin, in and really many plugins are there on Jenkins that gets every day developed, and they keep on, the Jenkins open source community keeps on developing these new plugins. So because of its open source nature, it is extensible, and because of its extensibility, it is popular and it is widely used. And I really enjoy working on Jenkins, and I have around 6 years of experience of working in Jenkins automation tool. Let's look ahead with automation. Let's look more into automation. Continuous integration, also known as CI, is a cornerstone of modern software development. In fact, it is a real game changer. When continuous integration is introduced into an organization, it radically alters the way teams think about the whole development process. So it has the potential to enable and trigger a series of increment process improvements, going from a simple scheduled automated build right through to continuous delivery into production. A good CI infrastructure can streamline the development process right through to deployment, and help detect and fix bugs faster and provide a useful project dashboard for both developers and non-developers. So ultimately, it helps teams deliver more real business value to the end user. Every professional development team, no matter how small, should be practicing CI, continuous integration. So now let's look into some of the continuous integration fundamentals. Back in the days of waterfall projects and Gantt charts, before the introduction of CI practices, development team time and energy was regularly drained in the period leading up to a release by what was known as the integration phase. During this phase, the code changes made by individual developers or small teams were brought together piecemeal and forged into a working product. This was a hard work. This was like hard coding, sometimes involving the integration of months of conflicting changes. It was very hard to anticipate the types of issues that would crop up and even harder to fix them, as it could involve reworking code that had been written weeks or months before. The painful process, fraught with risk and danger, often lead to significant delivery delays, unplanned costs, and as a result, unhappy clients. Continuous integration was born. Then born this continuous integration. Continuous integration was born to address these issues. Continuous integration, in its simplest form, involves a tool that monitors your version control system for changes. Whenever a change is detected, the tool automatically compiles and tests your application. If something goes wrong, the tool immediately notifies the developers so that they can fix the issue immediately. But continuous integration can do much more than what I have just said. Continuous integration can help you keep tabs on the health of your code base, automatically monitoring code quality and code coverage metrics, and helping keep technical debt down and maintenance costs low. The publicly visible code quality metrics can also encourage developers to take pride in the quality of their code and strive to improve it. Combined with automated end-to-end acceptance tests, CI can also act as a communication tool, publishing a clear picture of the current state of the development efforts. And it can simplify and accelerates delivery by helping you automate the deployment process. So letting you deploy the latest version of your application either automatically or as one click process. In essence, continuous integration is about reducing risk by providing faster feedback. First and foremost, it's designed to help identify and fix integration and regression issues faster. resulting resulting in smoother, quicker delivery and fewer bugs. By providing better visibility for better technical and non-technical team members on the state of the project, so continuous integration can open and facilitate communication channels between team members and encourage collaborative problem solving and process improvement. And by automating the deployment process, continuous integration helps you get your software into the hands of the testers and the end users faster, more reliably, and with less effort. The idea of automated deployment is important indeed. If you take automating the deployment process to its logical conclusion, you could push every build that passes the necessary automated tests into production. So the practice of automatically deploying every successful build directly and into production is generally known as continuous deployment. So the practice of automatically deploying every successful build directly into production is generally known as continuous deployment. However, a pure continuous deployment approach is not always appropriate for everyone. For example, many users would not be appreciate new versions failing into their laps several times a week and prefer a more predictable and transparent release cycle. So commercial and marketing considerations might also play a role in when a new release should actually be deployed. So the notion of continuous delivery is a slight variation on the idea of continuous deployment that takes into account these considerations. With continuous delivery, any and every successful build that has passed all the relevant automated tests and quality gates can potentially be deployed into production via fully automated one click process and be in the hands of the end user with minutes. So within minutes. So however, the process is not automatic. It's the business rather than IT that decides the best time to deliver the latest changes. So, continuous integration techniques, and in a particular, continuous deployment and continuous delivery, are very much about providing value to the end user faster. How long does it take your team to get a small code change out to production? How much of this process involves problems that could have been found or fixed earlier? Had you known about the code changes that bogged down the corridor was making? And how much is taken up by a labor intensive manual testing by QA teams? How much involves manual deployment steps, the secrets of which are known only to a select few? CI is not a silver bullet by any means, but it can certainly help streamline many of these problems that I've just mentioned. But continuous integration is a mindset as much as a tool set. To get the most out of CI, a team needs to adopt a CI mentality. For example, your projects must have a reliable, repeatable, and automated build process involving no human intervention. Fixing broken builds should take an absolute priority and not be left to stagnate. The deployment process should be automated with no manual steps involved. And since the trust you place in your CI server depends to a great extent on the quality of your tests, the team needs to place a very strong emphasis on high quality tests and testing practices. So that basically, now let's look back into Jenkins, from where the Jenkins has come. Let's look into the history of his his story of Jenkins. So Jenkins, originally called Hudson, is an open source continuous integration tool written in Java, boasting a dominant market share. Jenkins is used by a team of all sizes for projects in a wide variety of languages and technologies, including .NET, Ruby, Groovy, Grails, PHP, and more, as well as Java. So, what has made Jenkins such a success, such a huge, humongous success, and why we use Jenkins for our CI infrastructure? CI infrastructure. Firstly, Jenkins is easy to use. The user interface is simple, intuitive, and visually appealing. And Jenkins as a whole has a very low learning curve. As we will see in this part of fifth module, the third part of fifth module, you can get started with Jenkins in a matter of minutes. Matter of minutes, but still I'm giving lot of explanation before we jump into the Jenkins, because I just want you to make sure the complete history of Jenkins, from where it has come and why do we require Jenkins in the first place. All that information I would like you to know. So that's the reason I'm elaborating the introduction of Jenkins. So, however, Jenkins does not sacrifice power of extensibility. It's also extremely flexible and easy to adapt to your own purposes. Hundreds of open source plugins are available, with more coming out every week. So these plugins cover everything from version control systems, build tools, code quality metrics, build notifiers, integration with external systems, UI customization, games, and much more, much more. And installing them is damn quick, easy. So, last but certainly not least, much of Jenkins' popularity comes from the size and vibrancy of community. The Jenkins community is a large, dynamic, reactive, and welcoming bunch, and passionate champions. So active mailing lists, IRC channels, and very vocal blog and Twitter accounts. So the development pace is fast, with releases coming out weekly with the latest new features, bug fixes, and plugin updates. However, Jenkins also caters to users who are not comfortable with upgrading on a weekly basis. For those who prefer less hectic release pace, there is a long term support LTS release line that lags behind the latest release in favor or more stability and a slower rate of change. New LTS release comes out every 3 months or so, with important bug fixes being backported. So this concept is similar to the Ubuntu LTS releases. They also release frequently, and so with Jenkins. Again, we will look into short history of Jenkins. Jenkins is the result of one visionary developer, Koshike Kawaguchi, who started the project as a hobby project under the name of Hudson in the late 2004 whilst working at Sun. As Hudson evolved over the years, it was adopted by more and more teams within Sun for their own projects. By early 2008, Sun recognized the quality and value of the tool and asked Koshoke to work on Hudson full time, so starting to provide professional services and support around Hudson. By 2010, Hudson had become the leading continuous integration solution with a market share of over 70%. So in 2009, Oracle purchased Sun. Towards the end of 2010, tensions arose between the Hudson developer community and Oracle, initially triggered by problems with the Java.NET infrastructure and aggravated by issues related to Oracle's claim to the Hudson trademark. These tensions also reflected strong underlying disagreements about the way the project was being managed by Oracle. Indeed, Oracle wanted to move towards a more strictly controlled development process with a slower release schedule, whereas most of the core uh, Hudson developers led by Koshike preferred to continue with the open, flexible, and fast paced community focused model that had worked so well for Hudson in the past. So, in January 2011, the Hudson developer community decisively voted to rename the project to Jenkins. They subsequently migrated the original Hudson code base to a new GitHub Project 1 and continued their work there. So the vast majority of the core and plugin developers upped camp and followed Koshike Kawaguchi and other core contributors to the Jenkins camp, where the bulk of the development activity has been can be seen today. So after the fork, a majority of users also followed the Jenkins developer community and switched to Jenkins. At the time of writing, polls show that some 75% of Hudson users had switched to Jenkins, while 13% were still using Hudson, and another 12% were using both Hudson and Jenkins or in the process of migrating to Jenkins. Nevertheless, Oracle and Sonatype, the company behind Maven and Nexus, have continued to work on the Hudson code base, now also hosted on GitHub at you can see that if you go to the GitHub and type github.com/Hudson, you'll get their source code. So, but with a very different focus. Indeed, the Sonatype developers have concentrating on major underlying infrastructure changes around, among other areas where Maven integration, the dependency injection framework, and the plugin architecture. So, this is the short history of our lovable, adorable, cute, beautiful Jenkins. So, enough of concept discussion. So now let's jump into the action. So let's begin our action with Jenkins installation. For Jenkins installation, I'll take the sticky note and then so first exercise is Jenkins installation exercise. So step 1, launching an EC2 instance. So in that we'll go with Ubuntu 20 T2 medium and security rules. Security rule 1, port 22 and my IP, and second one is port 8080 and again my IP. So this is our, then we will launch the server, then we'll launch our instance. So once that is done, so now let's install Jenkins on Ubuntu. So for this, so this is launching an EC2 instance. That's our first activity, and here it's okay. So for that we need two things. One is Java development kit, and then after that we also require Java development kit to be installed, JDK, and then we will get into the documentation of Jenkins, and we will find steps to install Jenkins. Okay, let's get into the action. So EC2 instance, here it is. So it's terminated. So let me go to the EC2 dashboard and close this. So I'm in Mumbai region, that's fine. I will launch an EC2 instance in Mumbai region. So the name I'm gonna give is Jenkins server. As usual, OS I take AMI Ubuntu 20. We'll go with Ubuntu 20. Then T2 medium, we'll directly go for T2 medium. I want a fast machine. You can take at least T2 small. Don't go with T2 micro, because here we have to run Java development kit and Jenkins also. These are a little bit bigger tools, they require more space. So if you want, you take T2 small. I will go with T2 medium, the 4 GB RAM. And let me look for key pair in this. So I have maven key. Okay, I'll create a new key. Let's say Jenkins key, and click on create key pair. So now it's time to come to settings. So for the network setting, so I can take, let me check. I don't think I have a existing security group, so let me create a new security group here. So the security group, I would say Jenkins SG, and copy this and place it here. That's it. Now we're gonna add our security group rule. The first security group rule remains same, other than just adding source type to my IP, so that we can access our EC2 instance through SSH. So one more security group rule that we are going to add is, we'll keep custom TCP and port range. I'm gonna put it 8080, and source type I'm gonna say my IP. So with this we can access the application which is running inside the server through HTTP protocol through browser. TCP and HTTP, TCP and IP protocol through the browser. These are the two security groups are enough for now. If it is required, we can add later on. and rest all will keep it same. So let's launch an instance. So meanwhile, let's get into downloads. I hope we'll have a downloads file. It's not there. So let me click on. Yeah, it takes a few seconds. As we know this, we have been facing the same issue whenever we launch an instance. So let's respect the way of functioning of is this AWS, and let's wait for it to be back on work. So now let me click on downloads and open the downloads folder and cut and paste it in your so Jenkins in action. So here I'm gonna put 3. Yeah, so here I'm gonna create a folder, so saying Jenkins exercise, Jenkins exercises. Inside that I'll place it. So let's check. I hope the machine might have been running by this time. So let's validate that one. Yes, the machine is up and running. So now it's time to log into the machine. So EC2 instance. So I'll go to the SSH client because we have give one security group through SSH so that we can access that. So now let me get into our Jenkins exercises and open git bash and paste it. It's asking, I'll say yes. Done. So clear the screen and will become sudo I immediately. So in spite of Ubuntu. So that's it. Now let's take up our sticky note and markup. So launching an EC2 instance and security group rules, everything is done. So now it's time to install Jenkins. But before we install Jenkins, so we have to install Java development kit. So Jenkins installation is pretty simple. You just need a Java JRE or Java development kit based on your requirement. So mostly we will be using Java development kit, and you can run Jenkins on any operating system. We are going to and run it on operating system Ubuntu, because that's what we have taken, Ubuntu AMI, that's 20, but we'll be able to see how to integrate it. So let's take an EC2 instance. So in this instance, let's install our Jenkins on it. So now what will we do is, let's go to the Jenkins installation documentation and we'll see. Okay, so and Jenkins documentation, Jenkins user documentation. You see that there is a lot, but what we want is, I think it's clear now. So user handbook, we'll be looking into this ladder tutorials. Here you will have a guided tour, Jenkins pipeline, and here resources. But so let's jump into the user handbook first. In this we will go to the installing Jenkins. So in Jenkins using Docker container, Kubernetes, Linux, Mac OS, Windows, other systems, war file. So we'll go with the Linux. So I have selected Linux, and inside the Linux you have plenty of other tabs, either Debian or Ubuntu. In that again, long-term support, weekly release, installation of Java. It's actually, so that's what we were discussing when we were discussing about the theory. Okay, then we have Fedora, Red Hat or CentOS, and post installation setup wizard. That's okay. So anyway, whichever OS that you take, this post installation setup wizard has to be done. So that's the reason we will look into that later. But for now, ours is Ubuntu. So let me click on this Ubuntu. So here you can see on Debian and Debian based distributions like Ubuntu, you can install Jenkins through apt. So we're gonna use apt. Okay. So we will go with the long term support release. Okay, no, I'm gonna go with weekly release because I think just last week while I was working with working on some project, I used long term support release. So that time it did not work. So I'll try with weekly release only. Okay, so I'll go with the weekly release. A new release is produced weekly to deliver bug fixes and features to user and plugin developers, so it can be installed from the Debian apt repository. Okay, in Debian apt repository, the Jenkins file has been placed. So now we have to use these commands to basically bring it this binary file of Jenkins into our Linux machine. So let's copy this first. Curl and go to our Linux machine and say and paste it. So what it's doing, curl, basically it's kind of wget. It rips off the files that are there inside that, it downloads and rips off the files which are there in that respective URL. So here https package.jenkins.io, inside that Debian and jenkins.io.key. So here, so and this one will be pipelined with the sudo t, and then whatever that comes should be placed. It's basically a redirection symbol. This is output a redirection, and the output of this command output of the command curl and t sudo t should be redirected to this file, and it should be saved in user share keyrings jenkins keyring.asc. So and then if anything else comes and the output, then that should be placed in tab or null. Okay, let me execute this first and we'll see. Okay, it's done. So now let me do cat of this and we'll see the code. This is just for your understanding, nothing much. You see that pgp public key block. This is a public key block. If you remember, we have used a pgp or gpg key to our github in our github course. If you remember that github module, so in that we have used the same thing. So that's what I wanted to show. So most of the tools follow whenever we install it. This step will be normal. So placing this key ring, the public key into this key rings directory in that file. So it's normal, it's nothing, it's not the complicated thing, it's very simple thing. Yeah, normally the system, the repository will generate two keys. One is private key, other one is public key. The private key will be in the repository, in the apt repository, whereas the public key will be given or distributed to the machine where the software is being installed, so that so that we can set up or establish a secure connection between a repository and our Linux machine, so that this can download that file, a binary file, securely, and after that we can use it securely. So that's what the purpose of this PGP key. Okay, so what's next then? So the key has been attached. So now let's echo what they want to echo, that we will see. Okay, let me do this echo and complete piece of code. So let me clear the screen first, and yep. So echo deb signed by, you see that same directory where our PGP public key presents, and then this takes us to next line, and here you can see that again the same directory. So this time you are going to the binary. So this information, whatever this key consists of, that will be given as input to this binary file, Debian binary file, piped with the sudo t. Okay, so once the output of this command will be given as input to etc apt sources.list.jenkins list. Okay, finally we will check that in this we should find a Jenkins binary file which is configured with the key rings. The same logic happens. The private key with the apt repository, and public key is placing inside this machine. That's it. But it's connecting with the binary file. So okay, that's fine. Echo e. So done. So the next step is to do update sudo apt get update, and let's update the package and apt get install Jenkins. Only two things. Let us do that. Apt get update the whole package, all the tool, and then once update is done, we will go for apt get install Jenkins. But the issue with this is you need to have your Java. So without Java, it's not going to work. So what will we do now? So we have to install Java first, and then we can go ahead with our installation. So anyway, till now we have done till this step. Okay, sudo apt get. Okay, so now let's install Java development kit. We'll install Java development kit first, and then we will finish our installation of Jenkins. Let me clear the screen first, and I would say this time to install JDK I'll use apt only, not apt get. So I would say apt update. So then I will install apt install open JDK 11 and JDK option Y. So remember, OpenJDK 8 JDK is used for the Maven as a dependency, whereas for Jenkins we use 11, OpenJDK 11 for Jenkins. Remember this, huh? Remember this. But when you require for a Maven tool, again you have to install Java 8. So far 18, 10, 13% has been done. So it will take more time, I guess. That's okay. Let it go on. 60% is done. 73% is brilliant. Let it go on faster so that. So now it's waiting for headers. Okay, that's good. So let's once it is done, we'll check the Java version also. Once Java is installed successfully into our machine, our EC2 instance, but we call it as a Jenkins server. So we from now onwards we'll call it as Jenkins server only. So once Java is installed successfully into our Jenkins server, so then we will finish the Jenkins installation. But so far we have done few steps in bringing the PGP key or GPG key into our machine and configuring with the binary file of that, and then so now it's time to what left is installing the Jenkins file. Or installing the Jenkins files is nothing but bringing that file from bringing that file from the repository to from apt-get a repository into local into our EC2 instance. That's what the installation means, nothing much. Okay, it's taking too much of time, but let's wait. So by the time we can, okay, you just watch what steps are taking place, what's unpacking, what is unpacking, what is getting packed. So you just see whenever you install something, you just don't leave it alone and go for so like you go for tea or chai or something else, or you just watch something else while the application is being installed. Don't do that. Just focus on and go through it, what all files are going on, because it's nothing but, see, initially these were source code, then source code was compiled and then it was packaged into jar or var or .exe, and then when we install it, it will initially unpack it, and then you can see all the files which are going up and down, which are scrolling up and down. So that's the reason. It's, as a software guy, you should uh, look into the what exactly is going on. So I think it's done. So it's done. Two times it gave done, done, done. So now let me check Java version. So Java version is 11.0.17. So it's 2022 1018, the latest version. And runtime build, OpenJDK runtime environment is this for the Ubuntu. So we have Java. So now it's time for us to install Jenkins. We will update apt-get one more time. It's getting updated. It's done. So now let's install Jenkins. Apt-get install Jenkins and option Y. So now if you observe the same directory where it brought a PGP or GPG key, it went to there, then package.jenkins.io debian binary Jenkins, and it's basically downloading fetching the files from there and putting into our EC2 instance. So where it's putting lib systemmd system jenkins.service. This is where it's putting. So there you can find the Jenkins service which serves the our Jenkins application. So that's the reason we call this instance as a server, Jenkins server. It serves the application. Literally, one application runs inside that machine, so it serves that. So that's the reason we call it, and it uses man DB also, because it need to store. Uh, it needs to store a repository, so that's the reason it requires a DB also. Anyway, we have taken 8 GB of additional storage. That's enough for now. So our Jenkins has been installed. So processing triggers for man DB and systemmd. So let's check Jenkins version. So Jenkins version we are gonna check. So you can see that Jenkins and option long option version it's 2.388. So with this installation of Jenkins is also done. So one more step to be done is opening the Jenkins. So now configuring Jenkins application. So this is the next step. For this, what all we have to do? So first we have to access our application, our Jenkins application from browser, so that we can see the UI of the Jenkins. Then we have to unlock the account and log into the system. So let's do that. For this, let's keep this system like this because Jenkins is also running and your Java is also running. Let's keep this and we'll go to our EC2 instance. Here is our EC2 instance. Get back to the EC2 instance. So click on Jenkins server, copy the public IP of this and get into our browser and paste it here. And which port we said? 8080, and click on. Here it is. Your Jenkins is in front of your eyes. Whoever is following me and whoever is able to open this one, a big congratulations for you. You have stepped up into your first step in learning Jenkins. One more time, a big congratulations. So now let's continue with our processor. So now we have to unlock. So it's done. So this is done. We are successfully we are able to access that through browser, but we have to unlock the account and log into the system. So where will we get it? It's saying to ensure Jenkins is securely set up by the administrator, a password has been returned to log. So not sure where to find it, and then you can go to the documentation and you can click it. But see, why they have set up this unlock Jenkins is, see, if anybody has this public IP and port number, they can access this your application through their browser. So irrespective of from which machine they're working. Okay, so that is the reason. Who knows, it's not security na, it's not, there is no proper security for that. Anybody can access uh, your Jenkins and they can do anything from with it. So that's the reason. So it makes sure that you have to go to your server where you have installed your Jenkins. You have to go to your Jenkins server, you log into the server and you go to this directory. There you will find a password and bring that password and put it here. So that's why it's called administrator password. Only the one who administrates the Linux server where the Jenkins was installed can only handle this. That's the reason it's a more secure way of logging into the Jenkins. So let's get into our Jenkins server and we will find out that password. So cd var ls, we'll go to the lib ls. Somewhere you should see Jenkins. I hope you find out, or I would give ls pipe Jenkins. You see that? Complete information about the Jenkins and the file. So now let me enter into the Jenkins ls. So this Jenkins, let me clear the screen first and say, or let me make it much bigger. So ls, you see that Jenkins for Jenkins directory consists of config.xml. If you want to see what's config.xml, you see that this is the complete because as it is a Java based, you can see that Hudson model, Hudson, because it's the predecessor of so it's initially it was Hudson and then they have modified it into a JSON. You can see the JavaScript, the XML script that we have read, we have gone through just in Maven part of fifth module. You see version and mode, user security, authorization strategy, where various tags for used. And you have node monitors.xml here, secret.key, users. So anyway, we have only one user so far, administrator, then Hudson.model, update center.xml, nodes, plugins, secrets, updates, user content, everything. So we have a secret content here. So let me give secret content, secret.key. So cat secret dot key, and this is our, or I would, this is our secret key. So you have to copy the secret key exactly till here. So root is not included. That's basically a Linux prompt, so you should not include that. So I have copied it. So let's get back to our browser. So that's not the one, so we have to look for secrets initial password. So let me get into that. So this secret key is for another purpose, but this for login we don't use it. So cd secrets, you see that in that secrets you have initial admin password jenkins.model jenkins come, so master.key. So we will go with initial admin password. So this is what is required for us. Exactly copy this one. So let us paste it in it here. Or a different way of finding that is directly we can use an absolute path of this, copy it and then go to your browser, clear the screen first, sorry, go to your bash and then say cat and paste the absolute path directly here and you will find it the simplest way. I just want to show you various files in Jenkins directory and I just want to make you familiar with the folders and files which are existed in the Jenkins directory. That's the reason I have taken the first step, that's the relative path. So let me copy this and let's get into the browser now and paste it here. It's pasted. Now let me click on continue. So never, I don't need to save the password. So now it's successful. So you got logged into the Jenkins server. So now it's time to add plugins. So what is plugin? Why do we need plugin? And what's the difference between a tool and plugin? If you install a plugin, do we need to install a tool again? Or this kind of plenty of doubts might bog your mind. But just wait for a while. I'm gonna explain everything. But for now, a plugin is basically an extension or supporting tool that will make you connect with the actual tool which might be installed in some other server. So for now, that's enough. Okay, so now plugins extend Jenkins with additional features. This is called extensibility property of Jenkins. Additional features to support many different needs. This plugin is important as well as tool also important. Both are important. So now you have two ways of installing plugins at the beginning. Install suggested plugins or select plugins to install. If you select this one, you can choose plugins whichever you want. So let's go through this once. So here if you click on, you will get all the plugins. You can select all the plugins and all the plugins will get installed. Total it has 52 got selected. So that's one option. Let me check out. And second one, you select none. So none of these plugins will be installed. All are uninstalled. Then finally you can select the suggested one. So these are suggested. Even if you select this in suggested ones, and then in additionally whatever you want, you can select it. Let's go through. So various types of plugins are grouped here. So the first group of plugin is organization and administration. Here the dashboard view, if you want to have a particular dashboard view, if you want to customize the way your Jenkins looks, so then you have to go for this administration, organization and administration. So customizable dashboard that can present various views of job information. So we are going to do this after entering inside the Jenkins server, inside the application. Okay, not now, we will do that. And we have configuration as a code and OWASP markup formatter. And second one, we have build features section. Build features section plugins. There are 10 plugins, out of which 4 are suggested plugins. So build name with description. So build timeout is important. Config file provider, credentials, binding is also important. Remaining SSH agent. So this plugin allows you to provide SSH credentials to builds via SSH agent in Jenkins. So this also will be useful. We will use it in the later section. So at this moment, this is not required. Then timestamper will be very useful. Adds timestamps to your console output. It's important. We will use it as a suggested plugin. We will install it. Then after the build features, let's go into the build tools. So build tools, as we have discussed in maven section, and Gradle, MS Build, Node.js. Gradle and by default are not required. Anyway, we will go for the maven. It's not required, but still as they are suggested. Okay, I will uncheck these things. These are not required. Okay, so then, but if you check it, then only you can see these things in your configuration. If there is no, okay, we will discuss this later. So then we have build analyzing and reporting tools such as Cobertura, HTML for publisher, JUnit. You remember JUnit? We have used it in Maven, and XUnit or some tools. Nothing has been selected. It's not required. Then the most important section, pipelines and continuous delivery plugins. So pipeline Git. So what pipeline plugin will do is suite of plugins that lets you orchestrate automation, simple or complex. So GitHub branch source, pipeline, GitHub Groovy libraries, pipeline stage view. So basically the stage view that you see on the dashboard because of this plugin. I'll show you. When you build a pipeline, it shows a stage view that because of this plugin. Then conditional build step, parameterized trigger, copy artifact. Then we have a source code management. So source code management, we have 10. So Bitbucket, CVS, Git parameter, GitHub, GitLab, P4, lot of tools are there. But We will go repo subversion, almost every tool that related to the source code management. So all the tools that are related with the source code management are attached as a plugin here. So let's go with the Git only. This plugin integrates Git with Jenkins. I will select GitHub also. This plugin integrates GitHub to the Jenkins. Then we have distributed builds. So here you have two SSH build agents. That's more than enough. Then user management and security. So here it's basically authentication. POM authentication adds Unix pluggable authentication module PAM support to Jenkins. So LDAP is one more authentication technique. So these are to have a safe and secure authentication. It's all user management strategies. Then we have notifications and public publishing. For that, you email extension we have. So we can use email extension. So once the build is done, it will send a notification through email or mailer. So either of this can be used. Then finally we have a languages locale or localization. So Chinese, this is not required. So let me install the suggested plugins only. Okay, all the suggested plugins has been checked. Around 19 plugins are there. So 19 plugins has been checked. So let me install the checked 19 plugins. It takes a while. Just bear with me. So folders has been installed. Timestamper, which is related to the build features section, has been installed. And WOWASP markup formatter, that's related to the administration and organization, has been installed. Build timeout, again related to the build features, has been installed. Credentials binding, again related to the administration. And workspace cleanup had to be installed. Ant and Gradle, which are basically build tools, are getting installed. So on a right section you can see which tool is getting installed and at what stage, and what all things related to that tool has been as getting installed. So if you see timestamper, a caffeine API, script security, JaxB, Snake AML, YAML API, jQuery 3 API, eCharts API, Display URL API, JUnit, Matrix project, resource disposal, a lot of things by the time Ant got installed. So you can see what all things were getting installed during that installation can also be checked. And at the bottom you can see that the bottom most at the bottom most of this window you can see the Jenkins version, that is Jenkins 2.388. That's a Jenkins version. So Gradle is also installed. You can see the mailer. So mailer belongs to the notification section. So the mailer has been installed, and email extension LDP yet to be installed. So we have selected GitHub also. Okay, we did not select, maybe. Yeah, GitHub branch source. So GitHub and Git both are getting installed. Pipeline and pipeline stage view also is required because we want to see the pipeline stage view. So that is the reason we will install the pipeline stage view also. So almost 80% of tools were installed. Only few percentage are left. That is POM authentication, PAM authentication, LDAP, and email extension is the only one left. So all done and dusted. So now, so once it is done, it's asking for username. I will simply say admin and save and continue. So this is the URL of my application, my Jenkins application. So you can access this here also. So let me keep that and I will click on save and finish. So it's done. Jenkins is ready. Your Jenkins setup is complete. Now you can start using Jenkins version 2.388. So congratulations, whoever has followed up till here. If you are able to see the Jenkins UI, that means you have reached your milestone, one of the milestones in automation, in automating the tasks, in building CA, in building CD using Docker. So you are halfway around the way. So before we explore other things, let's get back to our slides and go through this. Let's look into some of the theory or theoretical concepts, and we will get back for the practical exercises on Jenkins. So Jenkins installation is done. Let's get back to the configuration of Jenkins application is also done. So we have to unlock the account. We have logged into the system. We have installed the plugins, all set, all done. So let me cross these things now. So that's it. Welcome to Jenkins UI. Let's have a quick glance on the various features and various items that are available on Jenkins UI. So let's begin with the top menu bar. So it consists of only two options: a search box, and then security notification and account, whose account it is, account name. And if you want to just log out to the another, so you can log out. That's one. And after that, you have a Jenkins dashboard. The remaining thing is a Jenkins dashboard. If you want to add some description to your and then save. So you see that I'm a tech freak. Okay, so that's what description. So now come to the left menu bar, left vertical menu bar. The first one is to create a job. Create a job. It could be a pipeline or it could be some other thing, but it's just to create. Either it could be a freestyle project or pipeline or multi-configuration project or folder or multi-branch pipeline, whatever it may be. Here to create a job. A job could be a freestyle project or a pipeline. So here you see this, the welcome to Jenkins page. So this page is where your Jenkins jobs will be displayed. To get started, you can set up distributed builds or start building a software project. If you click on create project, same result as click on new item, and create project will give you the same result. See, it will take you to the same window. that project window. So let me click to dashboard, back to the dashboard. So here you have set up a distributed build, so you can set up an agent or configure to the cloud, whatever the way. So these are to work on external entities. For example, to set up an agent, in this case you can run like slave concept, a client and then master and slave. You can have, for example, you have a main Jenkins and you have another server there, Jenkins also installed. You want to run a project from this, whatever pipeline that you build, you want to distribute some of the pipelines to that, and you want to run that server or that agent to run your pipeline. So that also will be possible, that also possible using this agent concept. So set up a distributed build. So that's how we do it. So this is about this welcome page, and let's come back to this. So new item or create job is same. Then we have a pupil. So here how many accounts or how many users are logged into this system. So that's what we'll get it here. You can see that at this moment user ID is admin, that's what I gave, and the name Surya Charanteja, and so last commit activity is nothing there, so because still we haven't started. It includes all known users including the login identities with which the current security realm can enumerate, as well as the people mentioned in the commit messages in recorded change logs. Okay, so then we have a build history. The next item in the menu bar is build history. So here you will find your builds, all the pipeline, whatever the pipelines that you have built so far will be shown here on this window. So that's why it's a build history of Jenkins. Then we have a manage Jenkins. This page is very important. Before we come to this manage Jenkins item in vertical menu bar, I will go to the my views first, because it's similar to, so my views here, whatever pipeline that you built, so all those will be reflected here. So you can click on build history, it's specifically related to that, whatever pipelines that are built by Surya Charanteja, this account, because in this Jenkins server you can have multiple accounts. So multiple accounts can create their multiple pipelines, so each pipeline is specific to that account. So that is the reason. So my views means the builds that you have done, the builds that you have done will be reflected in my views. You can see that if you click on your account, you have only one, and you can click on build history, and let me get back to the my view. So you see create job. So as so far you haven't created anything, so that's why there is no job. So you see that this folder is empty. Okay, let me get back to the dashboard directly. So build queue, no build queue, it's completely empty. Build executor status idle. If you have any build, it would have shown executor build executor status, whether in green or red. If it is successful, it's green. If it is not working, if there are some errors, that would be in red. So that's how it shows. That's all about the vertical menu bar on left side. So now we are going to explore the manage Jenkins, because this is the power engine. This is the engine of this Jenkins. This is the power source. This is the power source of Jenkins, the manage Jenkins. It consists of all, means all. So this manage Jenkins consists of four sections. The first one is system configuration, then security section, then status information, and finally you have troubleshooting. And the last but not least, this is not widely used, that's tools and actions. So this is not widely used by us. Okay, so Jenkins CLI, you can get it, script console, and all that information, everything you can get when you click on Jenkins CLI. So open link in new tab. You see, to get this, you have to use this socket, this link in your browser, in your Windows PowerShell, or maybe Linux terminal, whatever it may be. So that's how you get it. Okay, let me close this one. It's not required. So this section is not that important for us. Not at all. I'm not saying it is not at all important. It is not important for us at this moment. Okay. So the first four sections are very important. So, and if you see one ribbon, one news banner on top, building on the built-in node can be a security issue. You should set up distributed builds. Distributed distributed builds. You see that, set up an agent, set up a cloud. So you can easily set up your cloud from here. You can configure to your cloud, or you can set up an agent to work, to do your builds as a slave. That's a setup agent. So now let's look into the system configuration first. What all items that system configuration consists of? It consists of a system configuration. So here, what is system configuration? You have, it's nothing but configuring your system by installing new tools, by managing plugins, by managing nodes and clouds. So it's the complete, that's what the most important activities that we do for the Jenkins will be presented in, are presented in Jenkins configuration. So it begins with a configure system. So let me click on configure system. So here you can configure your system. You can attach the home directory. By default, Jenkins stores all of its data in this directory. That's what, now you see, we have seen that var lib Jenkins. So if you do not know, so let me do that again. Let me show it again. ls clear cd var lib and cd Jenkins. You see that everything almost, secret.key, secrets, updates, users, user account. Let me get into the users if you want. You see that admin, you have admin, you have admin, that's it. And cat user.xml, you have admin account. This is the main account, nothing else. So version and admin account, you can see that here. So this is what the default home directory for Jenkins. Jenkins home directory is var lib Jenkins. So if you want to configure this, if you want to change, if you want to do some changes here, you can do that. And you can see that Jenkins URL and system admin email address. At this moment it's not there, you can mention here. And server resources, resource files from another domain, you can give the resource root URL if you want to fetch it from somewhere else. And global properties, tool locations, and default speed, durability level, and folder health metrics, and global build timeout, Gradle enterprise integration, timestamper, fingerprints, build GitHub. Here you can set up your GitHub server. Just click on GitHub server. So it's asking name of the GitHub server, and give the URL, API URL, and add the credential, and that's it. Your GitHub server will be ready. And GitHub API, so Git plugin here. So you can give that shell, SMTP for the mails. So a lot. So here you have to configure, and you can use email notification if you have a SMTP server. So you can, so it's like to configure your system or to connect your system with the external one. So that's what the main important one. So global. So yeah. So then after the configure system, it's configure global settings and paths. Then we have a global tool configuration. This is very important. In this section and system configuration system section, the widely used items are global tool configuration and manage plugins. Let me get into global tool configuration. So here the most of the activities will be done after the installing your tools. You have to connect those tools with the Jenkins. How do you do that? You will do that through this section. So when you install your plugins, so here see, you got the Gradle, you got Ant, you got Maven. How did you get it? You got it because you have installed the plugin. So once you install your plugin, so that will be reflected here, and you can add the exact location of the tool. You can connect the tool. Maybe for example, you take some Maven tool. The Maven is installed in a server. So now the Maven, if you want to run the Maven tool, so you have to connect that Maven tool with your Jenkins, yes or no? So how do you connect? So to connect with your Maven tool, you have to install the Maven plugin first. Once the plugin is installed, so this like Gradle is appeared. Similarly, the Maven will be appeared like this. In this part, you have to write the name of the tool. Maybe I will write Maven, and then you have to give the home address of the Maven. So that's how we connect our tools with Jenkins. So that's the reason it's a tool configuration. It's connecting the tools with the Jenkins. You're going to give the home directory of the tool to the tool to the Jenkins, so that Jenkins can access the tool and can use the tool for the building the pipes or pipelines. You see whatever plugins that we have installed. So Maven configuration, you see that Maven configuration. Then you see JDK, Java Development Kit. You can add JDK here in tool configuration. Then you see Git. We have installed the Git, and you can give the Git tool also, Gradle and Ant. And finally you have a Maven tool itself. You can add a Maven tool. You see that? So it's asking name. I will give Maven. Then after that, you can install this tool automatically if you want. So it directly get into the Apache repository, and it will bring and it will install. That's one way. Or you can install this Maven in some other Linux server and put the Maven home address, home directory. Maven home directory may look like /user bin and maybe Maven. So this is how it looks once you give this kind of directory to this. So automatically it goes and it access the Maven. It brings the Maven and it runs the pipeline. So that's how the tool configuration is very helpful, and this is ultimately used. So then after that we have a manage plugins. This is also very important. So from here you can install your plugins. Let me go through this quickly. So on left side you have 5. So one is updates. At this moment you do not have any updates. Then available plugins, there are a lot of available plugins, huge. So okay, huge amount of plugins are there. Available plugins, these are all available plugins. Now install plugins we can check. Now let me click on install plugins. So how many maybe around 19 plugins we have installed. So these are all installed plugins. So, okay, and some are enabled, some are not enabled, but there are a lot of installed plugins. Then advanced settings in these plugins. So if you want to have some HTTP proxy configuration, basically it's you have some plugins, and if you want to bring those plugins or download the plugins from your own HTTP proxy server. Basically proxy is mainly used as a download server. You will deploy some data there and people can download. That's called a proxy server. So that's what he's saying, like instead of downloading the plugins from Jenkins repository, you can directly create your own proxy configuration and you can download your plugins from your list. For that you have to set it here. So let's get into the available plugins, and let me type dashboard view. Okay, this one I will select. What it does, customizable dashboard that can present various views of job information. So 2 months 25 days before it was created, and it was, so it's for UI. So let me install without restart. So installation is going on, checking the internet connectivity, so its preparation is fine. So now it has installed a lot of tools in it. So checks API, and finally, so go back to the page. You can start using the installed plugin right away. Restart Jenkins when installation is complete and no jobs are running. So let us go back to the page, or let's restart it. So now please wait while Jenkins is restarting. For most of the plugins, it's better to restart so that all whatever changes that you have done will be exactly applied to your Jenkins application. So let's wait till it gets restarted. So it's asking me password. I would give the password. Let me sign in. Yes. Yeah, after installation, there is not much of change of the dashboard. It will be when you build your first pipeline, that time you could see the changes in that pipeline, in that stage view. Okay, so let me get into the dashboard one more time and manage Jenkins. So that's how your manage plugins basically add, remove, disable or enable plugins that can extend the functionality of Jenkins. Whereas global tool configuration, it configure tools, their locations and automatic installers. And we have manage nodes and clouds, add, remove, control, and monitor the various nodes that Jenkins runs it. See, it's a built-in node, Linux. So if you want, you can create a new node just by clicking here and giving the node name and connecting with that. Okay, let me get back to the dashboard. I don't want to do that at this moment, and take me back to manage Jenkins. Yes, I am here. So this is what about the system configuration. Then we have security. What is security? So here we have the security consists of 4 sections: as configure global security, manage credentials, configure credential providers, and finally the manage users. Now let me go to the configure global security. So this provides a secure Jenkins define who is allowed to access or use the system. That's what the configure global security. So now we have entered. So you have a authentication method. So there are agents. If it is an agent, so you have to use either of the method, random or fixed. If it is disabled in CSRF protection, so all, if it is Git, you can use Git tokens, access token. If it is Git hooks, so from here you can do that. And API token, you see that API token, through API, enable API token usage status. If it is SSH server, if you want to access this server using some other server through agent connections, if it is SSH, so this here you have to put fixed or random and you have to configure. So git host key verification. So these are all basically, these are all different ways for different options of entering inside the server, managing the Jenkins. Okay, so that's the global configure global security. It defines who is allowed to access or use the this Jenkins server. So then we have manage credentials. This is again widely used here. We can add credentials to other systems who wants to uh, access, who wants to use our Jenkins as a part of pipeline. So if you have to click on add credential, and you will find different types of credentials. You can see that here. That's about the credential. You can add a new credential. These are global settings. It's widely used. Then we have configure credential providers. So configure the credential provider type. So here you can have different, either different types of if you have a specific system who can provide credentials, so that credential providers can also be used by configuring this. Then manage users. Here you can create or delete or modify a user account. So here I will create a new user, saying this time I'll say Charan, and password, and confirm password, full name, then I would give, okay, and let me create a user. That's it. User has been created. Then let me uh, use the same. Let me try to log into the system with the, yeah, directly we reached. So here let me log out in this, and let me use that, the new user that we have created, and keep me signed in for even this. Yes, see, this is Charan Teja, and this is a new account. You are able to log into the system. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, so now let me delete this account, because in spite of modifying it, delete Jenkins user. Yes, http error 400 cannot delete self. Okay, let me close this. Let me log out from here and close this. Yeah, so now let me get back. This is, so now let me try to delete this. Yes, yes, it's done. So now let's get back to the manage Jenkins, and we have seen the configure credential providers and manage users also. This is what a security section consists of. Then we have a status information. Here we'll get a system information. It displays various environmental information to assist troubleshooting. You see that AWT toolkit, Java class path, Java home. You see hidden value, click to show this value. So normally this is where your Java home Java directory. So to place this in your tool configuration, so global tool configuration, there you have to give the Java home directory. See, user lib jvm. So there you will have a Java binary file. You have to give this directory. So then similarly we can find some other tools. So these facts will get it from here. Jetty, JNA, line, os.name, os.arc, os.name, and Linux, os.version. It's this one. It's AWS, no? Yeah, AWS. Correct. User time zone, user home, user directory, user C, where lib Jenkins. This is the user. Username is Jenkins. Time zone is etc UTC. Okay, that's what about system information. And let's look into the environment variable. Here you could see the environment variable that we are going to use. Anyway, we are going to use these environment variables in our pipelines when we build our pipelines. That time we can use. So what is home? So home is varlib Jenkins invocation ID. Thus Jenkins home is this again, journal stream, lang, log name, path, pwd, shell, user. So this is environment variables, and you can find, or you can see the plugin, various plugins, a lot of plugins. The list is huge. Then memory usage, you can see the memory usage of your app thread dumps. So that's what a system information. You'll get it. You can, it displays various environmental information to assist troubleshooting. Because when you want to, if you face some issues, then you have to troubleshoot. Then how will you do that? You have to come to the status information and you have to click on respective things, and you can find out, you can sort out the issue. Then we have system log. System log captures output from java.util.log output related to the Jenkins. Let me click on all Jenkins log. So here you can find the complete Jenkins log. So what we have done, Jenkins home directory, then started, Jenkins has been started. So started server and Winstone engine running, started initialization, listed plugins and prepared all plugins, started all plugins. You can see whatever activities that we have done, all has been shown here clearly. Then we will look into load statistics, check your resource utilization and see if you need more computers for your build. If you require more space, more resources for your build, you can cross check it. Number of online executor, but at this moment it's completely stable because we haven't used, we haven't done so much. Short, and I'll keep it medium, and we'll come back to this when we are working on this. Okay, let's get back to the manage Jenkins again and get back to the status information section, and finally you have about Jenkins section. So if you click on this, here you will get the complete information about Jenkins, mavenized dependencies, static resources, font awesome. Okay, the what fonts are using and all these are all not that important. So license and dependency information for plugins. So that's what a status information consists of. And finally, the next thing that we use is troubleshooting. So manage all data, scrub confirmation files to remove remnants. So this is what manage all data, and this is also we use for the troubleshooting. And finally you have tools and action. So actions, so this consists of a reload configuration from disk, discard all the loaded data in memory, and relate and reload everything from file system, useful when you modified config files directly on disk. Then we have seen Jenkins CLI, anyway access or manage Jenkins from your shell, from your script. So using Jenkins CLI, for that you have to have this Jenkins CLI command. Then you have script console executes arbitrary script for administration or troubleshooting or diagnostics. And finally we have to prepare for set shutdown, stops executing new builds. And if you want to shut it down completely, so we can use that, and you can mention when to be shut down. So this is all about your user interface of and various sections and features and activities that can be done, tasks that can be done, and these are the things which are available on Jenkins UI. Now let us see more about Jenkins. As usual, what is Jenkins? Jenkins is a self-contained open source automation server which can be used to automate all sorts of tasks related to building, testing, and delivering or deploying software. Jenkins can be installed through native system packages. So we have seen a one way, or we can use a Docker, or even run standalone by any machine with a Java runtime environment JRE installed. In our previous exercise, we have used native system packages, basically native system packages of Ubuntu. So you can do it for CentOS, you can do it for any other systems also, as well as you can use a Docker also. So credentials stored in Jenkins can be used. So using credentials, there are numerous third-party sites and applications that can interact with Jenkins. For example, artifact repositories, cloud-based storage systems and services, and so on, so forth. A system administrator of such an application can configure credentials in the application for dedicated use by Jenkins. This would typically be done to lock down areas of the application's functionality available to Jenkins. Usually, by applying access controls to these credentials, once a Jenkins manager, that is, Jenkins user who administers a Jenkins site, adds or configures these credentials in Jenkins, the credentials can be used by Pipelaine projects to interact with the third-party applications. So where do we store credentials? I'm gonna show you that. Let's get into Manage Jenkins, and inside the Manage Jenkins, you come to the Security section. You see that? Security section. I will zoom it a bit. Yeah, I hope it's fine for you. Yeah, it's okay. Let me scroll a bit up. Fine. I zoomed it a bit. I think it's fine for you. Yeah. So security, you come to your global, configure global security. Secure Jenkins, define who is allowed to access or use the system. This is configuring the global security, whereas if you come to managing credentials, here you will find the store scoped to Jenkins. So here if you click on, you can add your credentials. So what happens when you add credentials? So a systems administrators of such an application can configure credentials in the application for dedicated use by Jenkins. This would typically be done to lock down areas of the application's functionality available to Jenkins, usually by applying access to controls to these credentials. Once a Jenkins manager adds credentials or configure the credentials in a different section, here it is, configures the credentials, these credentials in Jenkins, the credential can be used by Pipelaine projects to interact with these third-party applications. So that's the main purpose of this storing credential, storing credentials in Jenkins. So credential stored in Jenkins can also be used for anywhere. This is anywhere applicable throughout Jenkins. For that you have to look for the global credentials. Let me show you. Yeah, this is one. Global credential, you see that here. By a specific pipeline, project, or item. So when you store this in your, when you store any third party software that was installed in another server, or any third party software that is hosted by the somebody else, if you want to use that application, you have to store the credentials of it. So you have, if you go for global configuration, so that means the global credentials, that means it is applicable anywhere throughout the Jenkins. You can use it for any pipeline, you can do any task. Or else there is another way of attaching the credentials that is only specific to the project or an item. So that is also possible. Okay, this is managed credential specific to the project. Here, configure global security. Once you configure it global security, if you use a global credentials here, so it is for, it's applicable throughout the Jenkins. So Jenkins can store the following types of credentials. What are those? Secret text. What is secret text? Secret text is nothing but a token, such as an API token. So you might have known about API tokens, or else you might have heard about API tokens. If you haven't, I'm going to show you how it looks in Postman. Okay, in Postman tutorials, I'm going to show that. Okay, so secret text is nothing but a simple API token. So even if you go to the GitHub, you can generate your GitHub personal access token, or for the Nexus repository, you can create your token. So that we will do in our mega project. How to get this? So in our mega projects, we gonna cover almost all types of credentials. Okay, the first one is secret text. It's nothing but API token. Then username and password. Everybody might should know this, because they might have been using this for years and years. If not for the software application, at least for the Facebook and Facebook and Insta and some other applications. So username and password, which could be handled as a separate components, or as a colon separated string in the format, such as username colon password. Then we have secret file, which is essentially secret content in a file. Then SSH, username with a private key. So here, and we have to create an SSH, private public key pair, and the public key pair will come into the Jenkins, and private key pair will be, a private key will be stored in the server, in that application server. Then we have certificate. So a PKCS pound 12 certificate file and optional password are used. So, and then you can have one more thing called Docker host authentication, host certificate authentication credentials. This is one example. So a PKCS certificate file and optional password, or Docker host certificate authentication credentials can also be used. These are different types. However, so now let's look into security section itself. A security section consists of 4 items in it. Configure global security, manage credentials, configure credential providers, and manage users. We have dwelled into each item in our previous session, so I'm not gonna go deep into this security section at this moment. So then add the credentials themselves into the appropriate fields uh, for your chosen for your chosen credential type. For secret text, as I have told you, copy the secret text and paste it into the secret field. So how does it work? See, we have seen various types of credentials. Let me show you that, and then we will discuss how can they be accessed. So let me go to manage credential and click on global, and come here on right section. You see this button, a soft button, and click on add credential. So now you can see what all types we have. Let us look into that. The first type is username with password, so which could be handled by most of the people. So if I click on username with password, so what all information we have to provide. Scope, so I would go with the global. See here, either it's a global or system. System means only for this Jenkins, and some nodes we have to provide which node you want to use. I would go with the global. Then here I'm going to provide username, that is, and treat username as secret. That's okay, it's not required. And password and ID and description and create. That's it. It's been created. Username with password and global cred and description. So this is one. And the second one, let's get into the slide again. So the first one we have seen is a secret file, and username and password we have mentioned. And the third one is secret file. First one is secret text and then secret file. First let's look into the secret text, and then we'll come to the secret file. So now let me select secret text. You see that initial column should be selected is a scope of the project, and then secret text should be pasted here. Secret text should be pasted here. Then as usual, ID and description, and click on create. That's it. It will be created. Then okay, so let me click on here. Let me add credentials, and let's look into secret file now. For secret file, that's it. This is the way. Scope, and you have to choose a file, upload the file, and give ID description, and click on create. It will be created. Then SSH username with private key. Specify the credentials, username, private key, and it's optional. So specifying that is optional. So let's look into that. Add credentials. Let me select SSH username and private key. So here is the global scope, and you can find that ID. You give the ID name and then description name and mention the username. Then comes the most important section. So here you have to copy the private key, enter directly. Either you can store the value by adding this. Here you have to enter the add. Let me click on add. So the space has been opened, and here you paste it. Okay, your private key should be pasted here. Then here you can mention the passphrase, any sentence or any word that you want to use it as a passphrase that you can use, and you can click on create. That's how you can create your SSH username, SSH key. So then the final one is Docker host certification authentication. So for this, copy and paste the appropriate details into the client key client certificate and server CA certificate field. So let me get back to this and then let's look into that. So let me click on add credential. So now what else we left? We left with the certificate. You click on the certificate, then it's asking scope. You give the scope, and after that you have option upload PKCS 12 certificate. If you click on this, it asks, you can choose file and you can select that. Okay, then here you can give password and then ID, description, and create. And one more thing that I would like to show you here is GitHub app. So here give the ID, description, app ID, and key, and you have to add and click and advanced. If you want to give more information, give the name of the owner and click on test connection, so that it will show the connection. It will establish a connection and it will show you whether it's working or not, and then click on create to create that. So this is all about using credential security in Jenkins. So if you follow this, you can securely connect with Jenkins and you will have a very fantastic experience on Jenkins. So then let's look into how can a search box be used effectively in Jenkins. Every page in Jenkins has a search box on its top right that lets you get to your destination as quickly as possible without multiple clicks. So example, you can see that on your screen and I'll show you also. For example, if you type foo and pound symbol 53 console, you will be directly taken to the console output page of the foo and that job build number 53. If you have XYZ view, then just type XYZ and it will take you there to get to that view. The search box comes with auto completion to assist you. That's the one more additional feature that's attached with the search box. So the search box is also context sensitive. If you already somewhere in the foo job, perhaps you are looking at the another build, then you can just type a pound symbol 53 console instead of foo pound symbol 53 console. If you are already somewhere in the foo, then you just type console to get to the same page. So, and most important thing, it's case sensitive. It is case insensitive search. If you want the search box to be case sensitive, go to your profile configuration page, Jenkins user, and then profile configure and activate the case insensitive search option. Please note that case insensitive search is not available for anonymous not logged in users. Okay, it is only for the main user and who are logged into the system. Then you will get the open search support. The search box feature is also exposed to the browser through open search, so you can install this search and auto completion feature to your browser search box. This would further reduce the overhead it takes for you to visit a particular page in the Jenkins. For example, in Firefox, you can add the Jenkins search to your browser's search engine via the drop down on the right of the address bar. Here it is. From here you can do that. You can see on the screen. I hope it's clear. It's visible. Okay, let me get back to the manage Jenkins. and come to the dashboard, and you can see that the search option here on top exactly at the center, it's supposed to be on right, but it is in zoomed in version, so that's the reason. So but normally it's on right. You see that it's exactly on rightmost, but let me zoom it more so it will come to the center. That's fine. So now I would say security, because I haven't built any pipelines or any pipes and any builds, so it won't get anything at this moment. So nothing is there. So nothing seems to match because nothing is there. We haven't built anything. Okay. So let's use this after building some pipelines. Not some. We are going to build so many pipelines. Once it is built, then we will look into this. Till that time, you can get to know that here we have a search button, and you can use, yeah, you see, you got the search box and case sensitive. How can we use that? It's a complete information it's providing. So let me get back to my Jenkins page and go back to the dashboard. And that for now, it's more than enough. So let's look into the search button again in our, while we are working on actual projects or actual tutorials. So referencing another project by name. In many places throughout Jenkins, you can refer to another project or another job by name. For example, in a pipeline script, you might want to copy artifacts from another project. That's the best example we can take. In that case, you have to refer the another project name output as a output artifact in your new pipeline script. So in that case, we gonna write as copy artifact and project name, and you have to give the project name there. So that's all you need to do. If your target project's name is simply alphanumeric and is a simple project without sub projects and has a unique name throughout your entire Jenkins instance, then differentiating between multiple projects with the same name. If you are using the folders plugin, I'll show you that folders plugin. I thought I have shown you that. So if you are using the folders plugin and you have multiple projects with the same name that are in different folders, you can differentiate between them using a path similar to a Unix file system path. Let me get into that. Manage Jenkins. And come to the manage plugins, available plugins, folders. You see this? Folders. There's plugin. Folders plugin. Okay. So there are two types of paths. One is absolute paths. Absolute paths. Absolute paths begin with a forward slash and refer to a project by describing the complete path to navigate to the project from the home page of your Jenkins instance. For example, to reference a project in the root of your Jenkins instance, you can say forward slash my project, or to reference a project in a subfolder, you can say / and the folder name and my project. And another type of path is relative path. So relative paths begin with a / relative paths begins with something other than a / it's not / and refer to another project in relation to the current project. For example, say you have projects with the following absolute paths. So this is using absolute path / subfolder another project. Then in a pipeline script actually you can use it as a relative path, mentioning in a pipeline script for the same / folder subfolder my project, you could refer to / folder subfolder another project using the relative path, simply saying another project. That's it. And you could refer to / folder / some project using the relative path, where it means to look into the parent folder. You can say just / some project, and you could refer to the same project / that project using the relative path. You can actually if you are in that directory, you can directly use a relative path. And referencing components inside the project, sometimes some types of projects such as maven projects, matrix projects, and multi-branch projects have subcomponents. You can refer to these subcomponents as follows. You can refer to an entire maven project as my maven project, or to a group within a maven project you can refer it as my maven project / my dot group, and or to a particular module in that group in that maven project, you can refer to it as my maven project / my dot group. And then for that module to be referenced, you have to put $symbol and mention the module name. So now let us do our first exercise in Jenkins. So we will begin with installing tools in Jenkins using global tool configuration. So let me take sticky, one is Java, 2 Maven using Jenkins global tool configuration option. So this is actually a first step for us installing tools in Jenkins, and after that we will see what we are going to do. Okay, so let's do our first step, and let me get into our Jenkins. So we have to begin. For that I will set up GitHub also by the time. Yeah, here it is. Here is my account. And let me go to repositories first. Let me cross check. GitHub, Docker, Maven. This is Maven. This is CI. This is profile Jenkins build project. Yeah, let me keep this one. And let me come to Jenkins again. And let's begin. So it's time to create our first job. So if you want to create your first job, you have to to click on dashboard and click on either new item or create a job. But before that, we have to do all the pre-configuration or pre-setup to create a first job. So that we are going to do that. We are going to start with installing tools. Okay, so as we did in maven lecture, we did mvn install and it builds the artifact for us from the source code. But if you remember, in maven we installed jdk8, and in Jenkins we have installed jdk11. So before we run our job, before we create and run our job, our first job, we need to make sure we have the jdk8 and maven, because that's what we're gonna do. Our first job is to build an artifact. That's our first job. So to build an artifact, what are the prerequisites? So prerequisites are Java 8 and Maven. This should be installed first, then only we can move to the next step. So before we run our job, we need to make sure we have Java Development Kit 8 and Maven. So in the Jenkins, now I'm going to show you how to do that. First, let's get into manage Jenkins. Then in manage Jenkins, in the system configuration section, let's get into global tool configuration. So what is a global tool configuration? So global tool configuration is to configure tools, their locations and automatic installers. This is a global tool configuration. So let me enter into the global tool configuration. Now from here we can configure the tools that Jenkins will use. So there is a JDK installation. If you scroll down, you could find that here it is, JDK installation. So if you scroll down further down, you could find, see, Gradle, and here it is, the Maven. So we got both the tools, JDK and Maven. So now, first let's click on add JDK. So new window has been opened, or new section has been populated up. So, and we are going to give a name to this JDK, that is Oracle JDK8. You can give any name, whatever you want, but you should remember that name, because we are going to refer this tool using this name in our pipelines. So we are not going to do this install automatically. You see that? Why? We are going to uncheck that option and uncheck. Let's uncheck this option. Yeah. So why we are not going to, why we did not install automatically? Because what happens, sometimes it's when we say install automatically, so it will directly go to the Oracle uh, website, and from there it will fetch the respective Java development kit version, and it will install it in our in our Jenkins. It will establish a connection with the Jenkins. But the issue is, recently, almost 2 to 3 years, we have been working on this. Because of this automatic installation with the Java development kit, we have faced, not only me, many of our team members also have faced the same issue. Like whenever we go for automatic installation, we were facing some issues while we are building projects. So that is the reason I would prefer to go with the manual installation instead of the automatic installation. Even still, sometimes auto installation also may work, but not sure. It's not reliable. So it should be unchecked, and we will install a JDK from the command line, then specify its path over Java home. You see that? Java home. I told you this while we were working on Maven. So Maven home. Similarly, Java home. We have to find out the binary file directory, the binary file location in your server, and you have to bring that and you have to put it in here so that the system can access that JDK. You have to put it in that rectangle box. So all you need to do is just switch to Jenkins instance at this moment. So let me get into the Jenkins instance. Yeah, it's gone. So now it's time, as we became a sudo root user. So now we need to run two commands. The first one is sudo apt update. Let's update the package management tool. Then once updation of package management is done, then let's go for sudo apt install. We'll go with open jdk -8 jdk and option y. Let's execute and install Java development kit version 8. So installation is still under progress. Finally it's done. So now let me check Java version. So here it is, open JDK runtime environment build. So this one is showing, and which Java. Here, see, when you say which Java, you will get this location. This is very important for us. So with this location, we can find out the information. So here you have the binary file. Let me copy this. If you go here, you will find your binary files of Java. So user and binary and ls cd Java. Okay, sorry, that's a binary file, cat Java. If you see that, you will find that. But now what I want is, I want to see what all versions are there in this machine. So I would give cd. I'll do cd and user, and in spite of binary file, I will go to the library lib and Java virtual machines JVM. And you see that how many versions I have? Java 1.11.0 OpenJDK and Java 1.8.0 OpenJDK. So for Maven, what do you require? What did I tell? We require 8 OpenJDK 8. So I require this one. I require this one. So I'm gonna copy this. So let me make a directory here. So it is, this is where our JVM present. So let me copy this and paste it here, and I will paste the 1.8.0 JVM also in this location. So here it is, total, and let me copy this. This is our Java home. This is our Java home. So let's copy this path and get back to our Jenkins and paste it in Java home rectangle box of the Jenkins. And let me paste it and remove any additional information or additional characters that are present here. So now it's fine. User lib Java JVM Java 1.8. Okay, done. So it's done. Now addition of Java development kit or configuring the Java tool with Jenkins is done. So Java tool, we have installed it in Jenkins server, and we have connected that Java tool with Jenkins using Java or JDK plugin. So without this plugin, it is impossible. Where after installing the plugin, you will get this option, or else you won't get it only. So that's the reason plugin extends the connection between these two. A plugin basically makes that possibility of connecting a Jenkins with the external tool. So that is the reason. Sometimes you don't need to install a tool in some other server, and you don't need to connect. You can do it automatically. We are gonna do with maven. So what is plugin? A plugin, it creates a possibility to install, and it brings that actual tool. Plugin is not a tool. Okay, that's a different issues. Those are different components altogether. A plugin and a tool are completely different. Plugin creates a possibility to install a tool. So let me get into the maven now. So in maven section, similar to Java JDK, you can click on add maven, and this is pretty simple. You can see that first you have to name it. You give the name. I would say maven. It's capital MAVN 3. I'll go with the maven 3. So then I would go with the automatic installation only, so that it would be clear. So I will not install maven, and then I will not I will not take that home directory and place it here. So if we go with, you see that maven home, you have to copy the maven home here. So I will go with the install automatically. Automatic installation I will go. So maven is done. So with this you can clear that a plugin will create an environment, will create a possibility to install your tools. A plugin is different than tool. This should be very clear in your mind. So then let me click on save, and that's all. So we are back on. Let's get back to our dashboard. So our installation of tools, configuring the tools is done. So now when you run the build job, that time, whenever it needs, at that time, it will install the tools that you have configured just now. So we haven't installed the tool, we have configured the tool. When we run the job, that time the tools get installed. So now whatever we have done is called the configuration of tool. So look into we will look into the next exercise now. Now it's time to create our first job. But there are two types of jobs in Jenkins. new item. So you have freestyle and pipeline, two types. Of course there are more variations, that's okay, but fundamentally multi configuration, multi branch organization, but fundamentally you have freestyle project and pipeline project. Okay, so now what is the difference between freestyle and pipeline? So which project we are going to begin with? So we will begin with freestyle, then we will go for the pipeline. Pipeline is a bit advanced. Once you explore a freestyle and once you explore all the features of Jenkins using freestyle, then we can directly go for the pipeline building. So what is freestyle? Jenkins freestyle projects allow users to automate simple jobs. This is the main purpose. First thing is to automate the simple jobs and to experiment Jenkins, to understand Jenkins, to know the Jenkins, to get the know-hows of the Jenkins. We use freestyle. So some examples of simple jobs to automate are running tests, creating and packaging applications. That basically this creating and packaging application, so we are going to do that exercises. That's our first exercise in Jenkins. That's our first tutorial in Jenkins using freestyle job. Then producing reports, executing some simple commands. So these are some of the best examples and simple examples for the freestyle jobs. Freestyle projects are repeatable and contain both build steps and post build actions. I'm going to show you that now. So now let me click on, first I'll just give some name, random name, first job, and I'll click freestyle project and I'll say okay. Yeah, this is how your freestyle project architecture looks like. Description you should give here. Then source code management, from where you want to get the source code to build your project, that you have to give. I'll go with the Git because I have installed the Git plugin, so that's the reason. Then build triggers. If you want to have a build triggers, you can use this. Trigger builds remotely from scripts or Pole SCM and GitHub hooks. There are different others. And build after other projects are built. We will do all those things in mega project. Then build the environment. Which tool you would like to use. Delete workspace before build starts. Use secret text. Add timestamps to console. Inspect build log for published. And terminate a build if it is stuck. So then here you will find the build steps. So in spite of going with the environment, we don't need at this moment, we'll go for the build step, and here whatever is better for you, you can use that. And Gradle, shell or batch command, runtime timeout, GitHub commit, maven, whichever you want you can go. And finally you will have a post build actions. Post build actions. So here you can give aggregate the best example for the email notification. So once it's been built, you just notify me with email. So and set GitHub commit status. So these are post build actions. Once the job has been built, so then you do these activities, you do these actions. Those are called post build actions. This is what our freestyle job looks like. It's all manual, and you can give description, then source code management, and you can attach build triggers so that the job can be triggered automatically from some commits from GitHub, or maybe based on the time periodically. So that's how you do, and you can attach the build steps, and finally you can attach bold post build actions. That's how uh, freestyle job works. Let me delete this, it's not required. Let me click on disable project, there is nothing. Yeah, so and then refresh it, and let me get back to the dashboard. Okay, then this is about a freestyle project, and our first exercise is going to be on freestyle job. Then let's look into the pipeline. Pipelines are Jenkins jobs enabled by the pipeline. Before it used to call as workflow. So for that you will have a pipeline plugin and built with simple text scripts that use a pipeline DSL, domain specific language, based on the Groovy programming language. Let me show that. Basically, to build a pipeline you require to install a pipeline plugin. So let me get into the manage plugins, click on available plugins and say pipeline. Yeah, here it is, pipeline deprecated Groovy libraries. You can see that the pipeline plugin. So if you want to build a Docker, so then you have to install Docker pipeline plugin. Okay, and here pipeline SCM API for Blue Ocean. Those are plenty of plugins. Okay, specifically to build a pipeline. So let's get back to the dashboard and I'll create a first pipeline. I'd say first job pipeline. So now to get into the pipeline, so you see that basically a pipeline orchestrates long-running activities that can span multiple build agents, suitable for building pipelines, formerly known as workflows, and organizing complex activities that do not easily fit in freestyle job type. So the first thing is a pipeline is an actual complete automation without manual intervention. Of course, you can do the freestyle job also without manual intervention, but here in freestyle, at least you have to give some inputs. Okay, but here you write everything as a script called as a Groovy script, and then you give it to the system, you give it to the Jenkins, and you set up the hooks or GitHub poll SCM. Then automatically when you commit something, the pipeline will be built using the script. So that's the reason the pipeline is can handle much more complex activities. So let me click on pipeline and say OK, and you see this is how it comes. You can give description, and after that here you can find out so some information. You can check out GitHub project. This, if you want to parameterize this project, we will see what is parameterizing project and all those things, but for now you just go through the various sections of pipeline build. So build triggers as we have in freestyle, similarly we have here poll SCM trigger, build remotely, GitHub hook trigger for Git SCM polling, and build periodically, build after other projects are built. So that kind of examples. And here you will have advanced options. And finally here you have to paste your Groovy script. Your Groovy script should be pasted here, or you can simply type stage and 10 and stage 2, step 1 and step 2. So you can simply type it in this way, and that's what is our uh, Groovy script. Or else there is one more way, is to bring it up your file from GitHub or some other source code manager. So but for that you have to mention the file name as Jenkins file with capital J. So let me look into this pipeline syntax. If you want to learn more, you can learn it from here itself. You can find pipeline syntax. You can see the global variables and how to reference them, everything we can check it out. And declarative director generator, directive generator, and pipeline syntax, everything, it has taken you to documentation altogether. Let me get back to the pipeline and let me click on dashboard. Okay, so these are all two. One is Freestyle, the top one, and other one is, this is Freestyle, and other file is Pipeline. And this is the difference between a Freestyle and a Pipeline. So now it's time to create our first job. For that, let me open. So the first step was done, installing tools in Jenkins and configuring the tools. So now the second step is to create a Freestyle job. So we are gonna fetch source code from the GitHub using git, and once it's fetched, then the pipeline consists of the stage 1. Once it is fetched, then it's gonna execute the build process. Then stage 3, package it. So this is what we are expecting from this job. So let's get into that and let's do that. So here we are not using a pipeline script, we are not using a Jenkins file, we are not using Groovy script, we are building a Freestyle project. So let me get into our Jenkins file. So first let me click on new, the plus item. So I would give Freestyle first Freestyle build using Maven. This is the name of the job. So I'll click on Freestyle project and I will say OK. So now it has taken me to the Freestyle project configuration page. So here I will write, this is a Freestyle project, Freestyle job that builds and that fetches source code from the GitHub and builds the Java package or artifact. And I'm not going to touch any of these options. So I'll directly come to the source code management. So let me click here. So now here you can clearly find out it's asking for the repository URL. A repository URL. So here you have to paste a repository URL. So let me go to my, here it is. This is my repository. From here I want to take, you see, okay, where I am. Let me, okay, so it's domain, never mind. Let me, this is an account, Cherry Ram's account that I have created for a Git tutorial. So let me, and here I have that repository. So now let me clone it, HTTP link, and it's a public repository. So for me, it's a Pipelaine one. So as it is a public repository, I don't need to give credentials. If it is a private repository, then I have to say, I have to give add and click on Jenkins. Then here I have to select either username with password, or you can go with SSH username with private key, that you can set up your either SSH key or GPG key, and you can copy the private key here. So either you can do that, but here in this section, at this moment we are not using a private repository, so that's the reason I don't need to add a credential here. So so it's been added. So now I'll come down a bit more. Branches, it's master branch. I don't need to add anything more. So branch specifier blank for any. If you want a specific branch, then you have to mention the branch name. Anyway, anyhow, I have only one branch, so that's a master branch. So I don't need to do any modification there. So I'll keep it same. A repository browser also auto, I don't touch it. And build triggers, I don't want it. I'm not automating the code fetching, so I'll just leave it like that. Then I'll come to build environment. I'm not touching that also. So build steps is important for us. If you look into the build steps, what you can observe is here you have few options. You have execute, the first one, execute Windows batch command. If you are running Jenkins on a Windows machine, you can execute Windows command. And second one is execute shell. So if you select the shell, it should open an execute shell window. So and here you can enter whatever shell commands that you want, you can paste it. So pwd example, you can paste it and you can execute that command. And after that, what option we have, let me look into that. So after execute shell command, we have invoke ant. If you want to work with ant, you can actually invoke the ant. And after that, invoke Gradle script. Neither ant nor Gradle script, neither these tools we have configured with the Jenkins, so we cannot do anything. If you see the fifth option, this is invoke top level maven targets. This will give you more scope and flexibility to build. So when I select this, it opens a new dialog box. So I can select this Maven version at this point. See, Maven 3 that we have configured. If you remember, in our previous session, we have installed the Maven tool in our server, and then we have taken the, so Maven 3 we have taken for the automatical installation, automatic installation. So the name that we have given there is Maven 3. So you select that Maven 3 here. Then what is the goal? What do you want to do with the Maven? So I will click on Maven goals, and Here I would say install, just install, nothing much, no spaces, nothing, just say. You can mention the goals, which is the goal is install for us. So install is the one which we are going to use. So I'll type install there, and it has many other options. If you click on advanced, you can refer, you can mention a different XML file, you can mention some properties, and you can mention JVM, Java virtual machine options, and different settings, file settings, and so many configuration changes you can do over here while you are running the build job. If you need to do that same from a shell command, you can, but it will be a way too complicated. So the point here is, whenever you have the plugin or that feature, use it instead of running the commands. So we will be doing that, and that's all we will be doing here for now. And let's come down, and there are some post build actions that you can see, we will see. And this happens when this job is completed. Okay, if you want to set up anything like email notification, or so you can click on for the email notification here, and you would get you'd get notified through email. So here you have to mention the recipient, send email for every unstable build, or send separate emails to individuals who broke the build. Whenever this happens, you would receive a mail. So anyway, now we are not going with this. Let me close this. So all done, I guess. Let me cross check the changes. Description, git repository, and master branch. Triggers we did not touch. Build steps through maven, and goal is install. Rest all advanced is not required. Let me close this and let me save it. Let me save this. This is our pipeline. So this is our freestyle project. Project first freestyle build maven. Okay, first freestyle build maven project. So now, so what it does, so our job really contains two things. First one is fetch the source code and run mvn install. So once you see this, you will come into the job section over there. So let's build this job now. Let me click, let me go to the dashboard, and you can find different jobs that we have created. And now go to the job, select this specific job, and click on build now. So it started building the job. This is our first job, this is our first freestyle job. You may get little tense, but it's all fine. We're gonna just watch and observe what is going on with this job. You see this leftmost, left bottommost corner, you can find at this section the job is being built, and the job number, and then job status, and job date and time. And this is the status of the job and what's going on with the job. It's blue and white is rolling around. So the job is being built. It's taking more time, though we have taken uh, T2 medium, but still it's taking more time. It's not that big job, but still it's taking more time. Okay, that's it, that's fine. Let's watch it. Let me make it bigger. 50% is, yeah, now it's clear, right? You can see that here on leftmost and left bottommost option. Yeah, look into that, what's happening there. And if you see that, here you have a press / on your keyboard to focus, just to focus that filter bills. If you want, if you have a huge number of bills, then you can filter your bills through this. Yes, congratulations, your build is successful. You can see that a tick mark with green, and this is the number you first built. But before we jump into the build and see the console, let's scroll a bit up and we'll see what all uh, items that are present in the your job page. This is your job page. Yes, in this job page, first you have a status, then you have changes. You see that no changes in any of builds. Then after that you have workspace. Workspace consists of all the output information that has been generated through your build. So here you will find the artifact that was built from this job that we're going to see. And then here you click it in build now. If you click on configure, it will take you to the configuring your build job. You can change the options of your build, whatever we have done so far. You can change the description, you can add new commands to the maven, you can, that's what you can do a lot. And here to delete the whole project, and here to rename the project. So let's come down and click on here exactly on top of this. If you click on the drop down button, you will get some options, the same options as you see on top, not all but few. You see that here, changes, console, and view as a plain text. So but I'll click on this. So the console has been opened. Here it will give you the information about this job, build number 1 and time and date, and you can find that. So no changes, and started by user this, and from where did it bring, from this directory it has brought. Okay, and revision is this. Now let's get into the console output and we'll look into the log one by one. You see that, of course it's a huge amount of logs are there. Let's scroll it slowly one by one. So what's the first step it has done? Downloading from central. So it's as usual, if you remember whatever we have discussed in maven repository, it's going to the maven repository and it's downloading the dependencies and plugins from there. That's what it's happening here. Okay, you see that by and large same steps. Okay, progress, then same thing is continued. These are all logs which are generated during that job, during that freestyle job. So maven compiler, see that maven compiler plugin 3.1 to compile. Then so here if you see, if you observe this project, we have integrated 3 tools that we have discussed in 3 modules. Git, the first part of 5th module, then maven, the second part of 5th module, and Jenkins, the third part of 5th module. So all these tools that we have discussed in different parts of 5th module has been integrated for a single exercise. That is our first freestyle job in Jenkins. Let me come down a bit more and I will just scroll through this logs that were generated from our first freestyle job. So these are all these are all downloads from the repository that maven, apache.maven.org. It's a huge log, you can go through it slowly, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, I think it's surefire now. It's surefire. report directory. Yeah, tests has begun now. There are different tests which are mentioned: model test, user test, account. And finally, you will see a build success message. Maven install. Yeah, you see that? A build success message. So let me get back to the project. And now, as you have seen the console output, now let us go to the workspace. Here you see this workspace consists of all the data. You see whatever is there in my inside my directory in GitHub. You see Ansible files, src, Jenkins file, pom.xml, and here it is, Ansible files, src target, and you got the .git because it initialized a git directory, git working directory here. Let me click on this and you will find branches, hooks, info, logs, objects, refs, head should refer master. Okay, it has downloaded directly, that's fine. So similarly, you have Ansible directory, files directory, target. So target is important for us, and that's where you see the pom.xml. Through from this also we can generate, but we have used just a command because it's a freestyle job. So now you see that inside that you can find your v profile v2.var of, click v profile v2, and you can find all the information. You just go back to target. Let me come here. Let me get back to the, yeah, here you see target directory. In that target directory you will find your package, a Java package, that is vprofile v2.var. This is version 2.var. Okay, so we are gonna build build one more build. For that I'm gonna wipe out this completely. Workspace, we got an option with the workspace to say wipe out current workspace. Let me say okay. So now let me click on configure the same project. I'll keep the same thing, but this time only testing. I'll go with the testing, not the everything. So freestyle and as a test. Rest all remains same. I won't touch anything. I'll just directly come to the Maven. Maven is here. So here I would remove this and say test. And click on build now. So I have wiped out the previous. So now the build 2 is begun. So it's done. Build 2 is done. So let me click here. Build 2 is also successful. So let me get into the console output and see. Yes, it started. The initial one, what's the first step? Cloning the remote repository. You see that? Cloning the remote repository. So it has cloned the all the data which is presented inside the remote repository, and then after that git init initialization. Git initialization, you will find that in workspace. You see that var lib Jenkins, inside that you have workspace directory, and then inside that you have first freestyle build maven project. Inside that it has initialized that. I will show you that location. Then after that it has pulled complete data. You got that. Then the maven comes into the picture and it started testing. Model test, user test, it has done it, and then test completed, and finally we could see the build success message. So now let us get back into the console, and here you see workspace. No, not here. You see the workspace here. So let me click on the workspace. You see that git initialization has been done here, and you see that .git, and I'll click on target directory. That's where you would find your test reports. You see surefire test reports. Here you will find your reports: sample test.txt, user collection control test.txt, role test.txt, and user test.txt. If you want, you can just download whichever you want and you can check it. You see that test is done and no problem with it. And user control, click on view. Yeah, this is XML. Fine. So now let me get back to the, click on workspace again. Now if you want to download everything all together, just say all files in zip. So here you find that 3.7 MB, it's been downloaded. Or if you just want a target folder to be downloaded, you click on all files in zip. So this time target.zip, only that will be downloaded, and you can find out all the test reports, all the test classes and everything, complete information you can get it. So again, I'll wipe out the current workspace and click OK. Now let me check the workspace. Completely empty. Nothing is there. Okay. So nothing is there in this workspace. So now let me configure the same project. This time I would say validate. Directly come down to the invoke maven, invoke top level maven targets. This time the goal could be validate, and let me say save and click on build now. Scheduled and build now is started. Let me scroll a bit down. Third, it's getting done. It's done. So now let me click on third build. So build number 3 is absolutely successfully run. And now let me check the console output. As usual, cloning the remote git repository, and then finally we'll come to the build success. It's been verified and it's absolutely no issue with the files which are inside that. So, and now let me go to the where is that? Click on Freestyle Maven and click on workspace, and you see that. So as it is just a validation, no target file has been created, but the .git initialization has taken place. Let me wipe out the current workspace again, and then now let's go for configuring the same file, and this time I'll go to the top level. Okay, I'd say package save and build now. So the fourth build you see here, it's running now. It's gonna take more time because there are a lot of phases should be built. Yeah, finally it's done after 3 seconds. So let me click on this job, fourth job, which is a package phase in Maven, that is also successful. So let me click on console output to see. As usual, your GitHub repository has been cloned and testing will be done and a lot of activities will be done, and finally you can see the build success, and here you see your war file has been stored in target directory. So let me get into that workspace now. Let me click on Freestyle build maven and click on workspace. Here it is. You see your .git initialization and then Ansible file shares src, and here you see your target file. You see your target file, you can find out the v profile v2 and click on here, and all the resources you can get it. And let me get back to the workspace again. Click on target, and you see that v profile v2.var. This is our package, this is our artifact. So this is how you can build your packages using Freestyle jobs. So you can automate these things very simply. You just mention one command and just say build now. That's it. Rest all will be done by the Jenkins. This is how using a Freestyle jobs you can automate a small non-complex tasks. Let me get into the sticky note again. And so all these steps were done. So the problem with the existing job is whenever I build a new pipeline with the updated script, it's getting replaced with the old one. The old one is getting wiped off and then it's getting replaced with the new one. So automatically it's getting replaced. So what can I do? So how can I do? So now we will be versioning the artifact. This is the second job that we are going to build here. So that is the second exercise that we are going to do in Freestyle job is versioning the artifact. So let me take this sticky note and I'll continue here. The second job here is versioning artifacts. So as usual we have to do a slight modification. So we can version artifacts in three ways. The first one is versioning using environment variable. And second one, versioning using parameter. And third one is versioning using plugin. So let's do this. Let's begin with versioning using environment variable. So for that, let's get into this. And where is here it is, the Linux documentation. So let me go to, yeah, here I have search button. So environment variables, yeah. Jenkins, and here you see using environment variables. These are some of the environment variables. Let's go through this environment variable first, then we will build our job, a Freestyle job, name versioning environment variable. So versioning the artifact. So using environment variable, Jenkins pipeline exposes environment variables via the global variable env. This is very important, note it down. So env, then build, okay, and which is available from anywhere within a Jenkins file. So the full list of environment variables accessible from within Jenkins pipeline is documented in here. So basically you are protecting this variable. You can find this. And so now let's begin with the first variable, that's a build ID. So what a build ID environment variable will do. So the current build ID identical to build number for builds created in Jenkins versions 1.597 plus 2. Okay, then you will have a build number. So build number, the current build number such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you can find out. Then build tags and build URL, the URL where the results of the build can be found. Example is this. And executor number and other variables are Java home, Jenkins URL, job name, node name, workspace. So these are some of the environment variables, out of which we are gonna use build ID. So build ID, we are gonna version based on build ID. And it's build ID. So let's get into our Jenkins and let me get back to the dashboard. So here we have a pipeline. So first freestyle build maven. So let me click on new and let's give the pipeline name first freestyle first job. Let me get into that. It's first freestyle yeah, you got it. First freestyle build maven and give version versions. So freestyle and scroll it down, copy from, you use this option. If you want to create a new item from other existing, you can use this option. So I want it to copy from, so all the description should be copied, source code management should be copied, and maven build steps should be copied, everything. So I want an existing the first freestyle maven build maven project replica, exactly that replica I want here. So first freestyle build maven, click on this and say okay, and here it is, the replica exactly, it's been copied here. So now you can do the changes. It would be much easier than reinventing the wheel. Yes or no? Yes, obviously. So here I'll say, I'll keep the same thing, versioning. So versioning the artifact. So that's the job. Okay, that's the job we are gonna do. So we'll keep the git remains same, URL remains same, branch remains same, build environment remains same, step package will keep it same. And so as this is versioning using environment variable, so now what we have to do is, after keeping all other stages, so now we have to click on add build step and drop down button once, and click on the drop down button. So and click on execute shell, it belongs to Linux, so that's the reason we will select Linux. If it is Windows machine, you can select Windows batch commands. Then click on execute shell. So the shell blank space opens. Now you type create a directory with parent option, and name of the directory is versions. Then copy whatever is there in target directory inside the workspace, because it happens inside the workspace. So whatever is there in the target directory, and what's that? vprofile v2.var. This is the package you will find in target directory. You copy that package and place it inside the versions directory that we have given command just just above, and inside that versions you create you paste it as a vprofile and version. And now we will use our environment variable, that is build id. I think that's what, let me check. Yeah, it's build id. Yeah, let me copy this, all are capital, copy this and paste it here. Done. So now let me give extension dot var. So that's it. This two commands will be executed while the package has been built. Once the package has been built, the versions directory will be created. After that, inside the target file your package will be there, and that will be copied from that folder and placed in versions directory, and it will rename it as this way, version and with build id. So now we are versioning our artifact with our build id. Okay, so now let's save it, and here you can see the project name, job name, first freestyle build maven versions. So now let me build this project. Let me click on build now, and it's gonna start building. So it started. The build id is 1. So now let's see what version we will get here. It's taking some time, let it take. Yes, it's done. Let me click here. So build 1, number 1, it successfully built it. So now let me get into console output, and we see the console output cloning. Anyway, actions remain same, we have used the same script. And let's come to the end. Yes, it is. This is what you see. Your build is success. Once that is done, then came bin shell script. Okay, the script, that's the next step. After the building by maven is done, the next step is to execute. The first command inside that is make their p versions, and then copy the vprofile package and put it inside the versions directory with the name vprofile v1.var. Because see, 1, you got the 1 here. Why? Because your build id is 1. You see, your build id is 1. That's the reason you got 1. So now let me get into workspace and see that what had happened. See, in addition to the target directory, you have versions. Let me click on version. You see your vprofile v1.var. So now let's build this pipe one more time, and we'll see what's going to happen. So if you build it one more time, it's going to replace the target directory with the new build, but version should be added with the new version. Let's see. Let's build it and see. Build scheduled. 2 is building. Done. Target will be replaced, obviously. That's how it works. That's the reason we require, so that you can check the time. It's, and then let me get back one folder down and check the versions. Here it is. Version 2. It's build id. ID number is 2. You can see here. So ID number 2, and you see that. Now let me keep this folder like this and build one more job. Build scheduled, but this time it's ID number 3. So you should get an artifact with version 3. Let's see what's going to happen. The job has been built. Yes, you got it. Version 3. So if you want, you can experiment it a lot. So because it's all fun. So it gives fun as well as experience. So I hope and I expect you to practice it more. And before we close this exercise, before we close this versioning with the first option, that is versioning using environment variable. So let me mark this build id. Okay. So now what is left for us? Two other ways: versioning using parameter and versioning using plugin. So now let's do versioning using plugin. Sorry, versioning using parameter. Okay. So for that, we have to check the project. This project should be parameterized. So now let me get into the configure. So you keep it same everything, but here versioning the artifact using parameter. So you can see that option. You have to check. You have to check this box. This project is parameterized. Done. So now it's asking me to add parameter. So let me give add parameter as and give the name. Just a minute. I would check it. So I would say this choice parameter is fine. Choices I'm not gonna give. I require choices. So not this one. Let me check credential parameter, boolean parameter, string parameter. I'm gonna type version. So name, I would give version. Version is the name, and default value also I say version with the small letters. And here I'm gonna say this is to version the project. Okay. Trim the string is not required. Let's keep it. So rest all remains same. Now let me scroll down a bit and come to the add build step. Add build step, as we have the existing one. Yes, here we have to do a bit of modifications. So here, so we have to mention the version. Instead of giving the build id and environment variable, you have to mention version. Version dot var. Okay, and remaining is fine. So let me save it and build with parameters. You see, build with parameters. Let me click here. So it's asking this version the project. Okay, there is a mistake. Let me get back to the configuring and what version is this project? Okay, and default value version number, and save, and click on build with parameters. Now it's asking, so version, what version this project is. So now let me give version number 3, because 1 and 2 4 I'll give 4. So okay, and click build, and let's see the magic. Fourth, with the build id 4th, it's being built, but version I have give because it's a parameterized build, so we don't need to look. Okay, we'll get into the console output directly and scroll down to the bottommost, and here you see both the commands has been executed. The bottom command is using, yeah, the bottom command has using this version variable, capital V, capital version variable. So whatever I have mentioned this, so version 4, that's what we got it. So now let me get into the workspace and into the versions. Here you see that v profile v version 4.var. Let's rebuild it with the parameter. This time I would say, anyway v is mentioned, I will just say 5.4.3.2.1 and click on build. So I'll default value, I'll remove this. Yeah, now it's getting builded, it's getting built. Let's wait what's gonna happen. Yes, it's done. Click on the console, check the console output, directly scroll down to the last, and here is that v profile version 5.4.3.2.1.var. So let us get into the workspace and check the project version. Yes, here it is, v profile v 5.4.3.2.1. that's how we version using parameters. So then what's left for us is versioning using plugin. So but why do you require this? Why do you require a plugin? So if you just go to the dashboard and click on manage Jenkins and then click on manage plugins. So to do this, uh, to install the plugin. But why do we require use plugin when you have other ways, simplest ways to do this? Because see, whatever we have done using build id or after that using parameter, if it is a parameter, there is a manual intervention, so at any cost it should not be used at all. Okay, so build id, it's somewhat it's better because it's automatic, so there is no requirement of manual intervention. So but parameterized, it's not useful when you build a pipeline. So that's the reason we need a something which can automate this task also, which specifically adding few more parameters, time, and so we want more automation, we want more action, we want more dynamicity inside this. That's the reason we want to use a plugin to version our artifacts. So here I will go to the manage plugins. Here you can see, and I will click on available plugins, and which plugin I would go here is, I would just type gen timestamp. Oh, this one is good. Gen timestamp. Select that plugin that allows the customization of the date and time pattern for the Jenkins build timestamp variable. So again, we are taking the environment variable build timestamp, but it's gonna customize it, allow that customization to this. So that's the reason we are using plugin. So let's click on install without a restart. So we have installed the plugin. Let's come down, let's scroll it down. Yes, installation was done. So now let's go back to the now let's get back to the dashboard, and if you click on the build history, you can see the your builds. You can see your builds. So Freestyle, all versions, whatever you have built, all versions, you can see that on your screen exactly. The time since it's been built, whether it is stable or unstable. So everything it's been showing here in the build history. And if you click on my views, here it is. Again, you will see the jobs, all the jobs. But here, so in build history, you can see all the builds, whereas in my views, whatever uh, jobs that you have created, those only can be seen here. Okay, now let's do this. So we'll create a new item. Let me get back to this and create a new item, and we'll use the same one. No, we'll get back to this and click on the versioning itself. We don't need to create a new item. Yeah, click on configure the version project. So now let's uncheck. Let's keep okay. We'll do the modification here also. It's not using the plugin. It's not using the parameter. It's using the plugin. So we will add that. And now let's uncheck. This project is parameterized. Yes, it's no more parameterized. Now the source code management remains same, and maven remains same, whereas the execute shell where the command should be varied. So anyway, there is no more version variable because the parameterized option itself is unchecked. Now it's time to use build timestamp variable here. Build and timestamp. Okay, rest all remains same. So now let's set the pattern of build stamp variable, and at the following we have to set that pattern. So let's find out. So we have added the build stamp to that, but we have to set up the parameter. We have to set up the build stamp let me select the build stamp, and we have to set up the pattern first. Click on advanced. So okay, you've seen all the sections. Now it's time to change the date pattern for the build stamp variable. So we have unchecked this project is parameterized. Now let's check the change date pattern for the build stamp. So let's take this pattern, that's capital YY and MMD, or let's take the default one, and then see here you can see that you must specify a java.text.simple date format pattern. For example, in this value you can select all those things. This is the basically a default one. Let me copy this here. Yeah, copy and paste it here. And if you want to see, so you can actually get from Jenkins timestamp. So now I need year, so that only these last two numbers of year. So the initial two numbers I do not want. I will remove these two, and I want to separate it through colon. So I would put an hyphen here instead of colon. Then month I want, then date I want, out of which hours is absolutely fine and minute is absolutely fine. Okay, year, month, date and hours and minutes is fine. Seconds are not required. Let me remove this. Yeah, in between, yes, it's fine. So the parameter is unchecked. Build timestamp variable has been checked, and rest all is as it is because we have added the build timestamp. Let me cross check that. Okay, build timestamp has also been added. You can see that it's in blue color. It says it's an environment variable, and rest all remains same. And let me save it. Yes, it is done. Let me click on build now. The build scheduled. So let's check. Its build ID is 6. So it's getting built now. So once it is, yes, it is done. So let me click on the build ID. So it's successfully built by this guy from this repository. So now let me get into the console output. You can see that it's the user, and finally let me scroll down to the dead end, the bottommost dead end. Here you see that here. So v profile version 23 2023 01 January 25 today and 1058.war. This is 10 hours 58 minutes. That's what the time now. And this is what the version we got. So now let's get into the workspace and see what did we get there. What did we get there? Here it is. So let me get here. Let me get into versions. Yep. You see the version? It is v profile v 2301251058.war. That's the magic. That's how we version it. That's brilliant. I hope you really liked it. So now let me run a few more builds and we'll see what's going to happen. But in between, let's take 1 or 2 minutes of gap. Let me click on build now again. The build has been scheduled. The build ID is number 7. 11 a.m. It's done. You see that? It's 11. It's 11. It's 11. And it's 23 Jan 25. Got it? Let me build one more. Yes. Build ID number 8. Here it is. Okay. Build ID 8. Where is that? 11. Let me check. Console output. Scroll down. Success. Okay, 1100. The time remains same. So we need to take more time. So before executing it. Okay. Let me get back to this freestyle versions and workspace versions, and let me wait for a few more seconds. And yeah, now it's, let me run it again because it's based on seconds. We do not have seconds, so that's the reason. Now let me run it. The time remains same. So now it's 11 hour and 2 minutes. This is job with job ID number 9. So basically using a plugin will give you a more the plugins will give you the more functionality or more readability or more understandability or more appealing to your package name. Because if you just give job ID, what you can get from it, so if you use a time, date and everything, so basically it conveys something. Okay, that day at that time this artifact has been created, this artifact has been built. So in that way the plugin will be very useful. So that's the reason the plugin supersedes all other things. The plugin has added benefit than compared to the other ways of versioning. So we have done with the versioning using plugin also. So let me check it, and let me get back to the dashboard and click on build history, and you can see all your pipelines here, sorry, all your jobs here, and all are stable and all are working fine. So versioning the artifact exercise is successfully done. I hope you too did it. Now let's look into the most important concept, that's the difference between a tool and a plugin. So you should be very clear, you should make a clear distinction between a tool and plugin, so that when you are working on Jenkins, you will have a clarity of how and what you are doing. You should never be confused with a tool and a plugin. So tools are the acting devices, and they fulfills the requirements of the Jenkins script. And this could be a third-party softwares, or which should be installed to do certain types of activities, such as Maven for build, Docker for containers, etc. So tools are normally generally a third-party softwares, where we use those softwares, we install those softwares either in some other server, or or inside the server where Jenkins is installed. It could be either way, but these are absolutely built by somebody else, and those tools are installed, and then you take the home directory of that, either binary or whatever it may be, like Java home or Maven home that we have discussed earlier. You take that and you integrate that with our Jenkins. So you this is called the configuration, global tool configuration. This is called tool configuration. Okay, this is what a tool is, the one which actually does a work. Example, Sonar Cube for static code analysis, and Maven for build, Ant for build, Gradle for build, Docker for containers, Kubernetes for container orchestration, and we have many more, and Nexus and Postman. We have plenty of servers, and we use even for the feedback. There are different tools. Prometheus for the feedback. So these are all built by third party softwares. These are all third party softwares, but we are using it for our purpose. To use that, you have to make a connection between the third party software and your Jenkins. But how will you do that? How can you establish a connection? For that, we use a plugin. So plugins are the primary means of the enhancing the functionality of a Jenkins environment to suit organization or user specific needs. So for example, if I want to build a pipe, build an artifact, that's my requirement, that's my organization need. So now what all I require? So let me open the sticky note, and so tool versus plugin. So now my requirement, that's organization need, is to build an artifact from source code. So how can I do that? For that, what is my requirement? I just want to automate this, automate the build process of an artifact. Okay, so now how can I do that? What all things are required to build an artifact from source code? We need build tools. So build tools, either it could be Maven or Ant or Gradle. Then I need to fetch source code from GitHub. For that, I require source code manager, SCM. So that is git tool. Then in addition to that, after building, to give the feedback, and you can attach more tools, but for this example this is more than enough. Okay, so out of which maven I'm going to use and gradle I'm not going to use. Okay, and for maven it require a dependency. For that I need jdk, java development kit also. So this is what my requirement. Now maven, jdk, git, these are all third party tools. So what I can do is I can install these tools in my Jenkins server. Okay, so tools have been installed, but how can you connect with them? How can you connect these tools with the Jenkins? So how can you connect these tools with Jenkins application? So that's where your plugin comes. So Jenkins community has developed plugins. When you install a plugin inside the Jenkins application, so it creates an environment that you can connect a tool, a third party tool with the Jenkins. Example, let's take an example of maven. So for maven, you are going to install the maven plugin first. So after the plugin has been installed, so then you install maven inside the server. So now after installing the plugin and then maven, so because of maven plugin you will get an environment where you can establish a connection between the maven inside the server and then maven plugin which is inside the application. So how do you do that? A window opens. Let me show that window. Manage Jenkins, global tool configuration, and here let me check to the maven directly. So these windows all will be opened after plugin installation. If you do not install plugin of Gradle, you will not find this. If you do not install Ant, you will not find that. If you do not install maven plugin, you would have not found this. So that's what I'm saying. The plugin enhances that. It creates an environment. Once it is created, then you can add your Ant. For example, I have added Ant. So now I will click on. So here you can give the Ant directory where in your server, in Jenkins server, you have installed Ant, like example user, and then lib, and then jvm. So that home address you can provide here. So with this is called a connection, making a connection, establishing a connection between a Jenkins and then that application. So that's what I'm saying. I hope you got it now. So that's what the primary difference between a Jenkins, a tool and a plugin. So now let's do that. Let's do an exercise on this to demonstrate the differences between the Jenkins tools and then Jenkins plugins. So for that, let's get into our Jenkins and take me back to the dashboard. So and here you can find that. So let me click on manage Jenkins. So I'll go to global tool configuration. The first step I'm gonna do is tools versus plugins exercise. So here the first step for me is to the first step here I'm going to do is, so I will uninstall maven from the Jenkins app. Then we will, anyway, our we will uninstall maven plugin also, and we will look into global tool configuration. This is one, and second one, we will install only maven plugin, and we will execute the existing pipeline, existing job, and we'll see what's going to happen. See the output. And finally, we will install maven and attach or connect maven with the Jenkins and run the job. So these are the activities that we are going to do in this exercise. So let's begin. Let's begin with uninstalling maven from the Jenkins app. So let me directly go down here. So click on maven installations. So we have one. So let me take up this. So now there are nothing. So let me cancel this. So now if you see, there are no installations, no maven installation, list of maven installations on the system. And let me save this, and let me cross check that whether we have any maven tool which is configured with our system or not. So no tool, maven is completely empty. Okay, and I'm just clearing off everything so that we can create an environment where we can demonstrate the differences between tool and a plugin. Okay, then I will go to the plugins. Let me get into the plugins. This is manage plugins, and let me check installed plugins and click on maven. You see that? Let's take this example. Let's git plugin. We will it's git this plugin integrates git with Jenkins. So, and git branch source plugin, that is disable this, and let's disable git plug git. So of course these are all default one, so that's the reason. So we have completely, there is no git now. So at this moment there is no git, and let's scroll down more and we will find out OWASP spam pipeline. Pipeline will leave it like that. Pipeline groovy. Yes. Okay. So now let's restart it. We have done some changes. We have disabled some plugins, and let's restart it and we'll see. It's gonna take some time. We'll just wait for it. Okay, it's done. So now let us get into the manage Jenkins and go to the global tool configuration, and Now let us see. Okay, let me save the changes and let me get into the manage plugins. So and so adds Apache and support to Jenkins, and I took out Apache, sorry, and few more. Let me cross check. eCharts font awesome API. So this is a by default Git client plugin, and this is a by default which are there. So we cannot. Okay, what it's saying for Git. This the plugin cannot be disabled. Okay, so Git cannot be disabled. So let's leave it. It's so Gradle. We'll do it for the Gradle now. So Gradle. So Git cannot be disabled. We'll do it for the Gradle. And okay, so the changes will affect when you restart the Jenkins. Restart once. So now it's got restarted. So let's get into the manage Jenkins, and let's click on global tool configuration. Now let's scroll down a bit. Scroll down a bit. JDK is there, Git is there, Maven is there. That's it. Gone. That's it. It's gone. Gradle gone, and even Ant is also gone. So now, is it possible for you to install or connect that actual Ant tool with this? No, it's not possible. That's why we say tools are the acting devices, whereas plugins are the primary means of enhancing the functionality of a Jenkins. Just look into that, the difference, the subtle difference between tool and a plugin. So I hope you got the difference. So that's what the plugin is. So now, so what will we do is, let me get here sticky note. So done. So after that, we have looked into the global tool configuration, and we found that so without plugin, it is impossible to connect an actual third-party tool with our Jenkins. So this is proved, hence proved. So I'll mark. Okay. So now what will we do is we'll install only. We will install and execute the job without the tool. So let me get into the manage Jenkins global tool configuration again and scroll down, come to the Maven. So at this moment there is no tool attached with the Maven, correct? Let me check that global tool configuration. Here we have clear, there is no Maven installation. So at the same time, let me get into the our server and clear the screen, and let me check the Maven version. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's my mistake. Maven version, it's Apache Maven 3.6.3. So this one I have to uninstall first before I executing a plan, because there should not be a Maven installation at all. So let me do apt purge and maven. So now it's asking, do you want to continue? Yes, of course. I want to uninstall it. Now let me check maven version. User bin maven, no such file or directory. That's it. So now let's get into our Jenkins, and you see there is no maven installation. So let's build the same same job, and let's see what's going to happen. So I would create a new item here. I would say Jenkins tools versus Jenkins plugins. Okay, so and I'll go the Freestyle project, and I would copy from first this one maven versions, and let me click OK, and we'll keep versioning the artifact. No, not that. To see the difference between the tool and plugin. So we'll keep rest all same, get the repository from there, then package we'll keep it same, or install, whichever is fine. I'll make it install, then version commands, and I will add post build section, that is email notification. So recipients send email for every unstable build. Send separate emails to individuals who broke the build. That's okay. Enough. Let me save it, and let us run this Jenkins tool versus Jenkins plugins and see what's gonna happen. I have built it. I clicked on the build. Now I'm waiting for that. It's failed. Unfortunately, it's failed. So now let's look into that. Let's look into the console output and what's going to happen. As usual, it started with cloning the repository, remote git repository, as we have a git tool and then git plugin. It successfully worked, and it has brought the git repository. Then after that, what had happened? Let's scroll down a bit more, and here the failure has come. Failure has come. So, but where it is? What had happened? So build step, invoke top level maven targets, marked build as a failure. So sending emails to Surya Charan, first commit all done. Then after that it has we have to wait for a few more minutes to get it. So sending emails to, oh okay, the issue with the email, okay, that's fine, no issue. Could not connect to host, port localhost 25, timeout. So it could not send. That's okay. Then there was no tool and it was failed. Okay, let's get into the workspace. No target directory. Whatever it has fetched, that only we have. There is no target directory has been created because nothing had happened. Okay, so let's build it one more time and see what's going to happen. Second again failed, and let's build third time and failed. And one more time. It will fail again and again until we solve the issue. So what is the issue here? Here the issue is there is no tool to build. There is no maven tool to build. So I can solve this issue within a second. So let's get to this one. So we have simulated this one also. Now let us solve the issue by installing Maven tool. Okay, so let me get into the configure and let me get into the dashboard and manage Jenkins and click on global tool configuration. Come down, scroll a bit down, Maven, add Maven, and let me name it as Maven 3 and auto install automatically. Okay, that's fine. Save, apply, and build the same pipeline. Sorry, build the same job. So go back to the builds and you scroll down, you see tools versus Jenkins tools versus plugin. Yeah, let me click here and I started building the same pipeline. Yeah, let me click now. Build scheduled. Okay, let me create new item. Tools versus plugins and Freestyle project. Copy from first. Okay, general enabled, you have this, and build steps Maven 3 top level, you can see that Maven 3. Yeah, it's set up and rest all fine. Let me save and let me click on build. It should work. It's taking some time, but finally it should be built. That's it, it's done. It is successful. You can check the console output directly and scroll down a bit more, and here you'd see build success. And here is your vprofile v2.war, and this files also has been executed. Let me scroll up a bit up and then go to the workspace and look for the target, and here it is. You see that vprofile v2.war. So now let me go to the versions now. Workspace and versions. You see that date and time. So let me it's taking some time. Okay, it's done. So now let us simulate one more case. So now in spite of using, so the third one here, used I have used automatic installation. In this case I used automatic installation. So now I will take out that automatic installation and then I will run the same project. So configure, it keeps let me get to the tools, manage Jenkins, global tool configuration, and edit Maven installation, install automatically, remove and save it. And let's get back to our dashboard and take the same pipeline, tools versus plugins. Now let's execute. No tool, no build. No tool, no build. Even though if you have a plugin, it doesn't matter. No tool means no build, because that's what actually does the work. That's what is working. That's what the agent which is doing work. That's what is actually acting. Whereas plugin is enhancing, whereas this is actually acting. This is actually doing the work, and this guy is enhancing the capability of Jenkins by so that it can the Jenkins can connect with the external tool, whereas the tool is the one which is actually doing. So now let's get back to our Jenkins. But this time what we are going to do is, so this one is also proven automatic. If there is no automatic installation, it doesn't work. So now we have removed the automatic installation. We will manually install the maven tool inside the Jenkins server, and we will connect that maven with the Jenkins, and finally we will run the same job and we'll see what's going to happen. Okay, so let me get into our I got into the Jenkins server. Clear apt update. Apt install maven. So once maven is installed, we will find out the location where maven is there. So I say maven version. That's my mistake. I'm doing the same mistake again and again. Yeah, maven home. This is what we require. We have to place this. We have to copy this maven home directory, and this is the home. User share is the home of the maven. So I have copied this maven home directory, and I'm gonna put this in tools configuration so that I can connect an external tool with the Jenkins. So let me get into the global tool configuration directly. I'll scroll down to the maven tool and I will click on maven installation, and I will, so maven 3, and here it's asking maven home, and here it is mentioned, sorry, here it is mentioned maven home. So this maven home directory should be placed here. I will paste it. There is no, what's the issue? User / absolutely correct, no issue. Is there any space? There is no space. That's okay. It's looking for the spelling. So rest all fine. Let me save it. So this is what we call is making a connection between an external tool and with the Jenkins. This connection is made possible by plugin. So now it should be very clear. So this is also done. Now it's time to run the job. So I will take the same job. Let me go to the dashboard. I would find the same job which is failed again and again because lack of tool. So now, oh, not this one. I will take the capital one tool. Yeah, this one. And now let me build it. So 4 times it's failed. Now let's build it 5th time. No, before that I just want to check I just want to configure this one. So whether the tool has been attached. Yes, it's there. maven 3. So let me get back to the tools plugin and build. The 5th time it started with the red notion, but let's wait what's going to happen. Waiting and waiting. It's done. It's successful. Why? Because of tool. Why? Because of connecting a tool with the Jenkins. So your job has been successful. You can check the console output. Directly scroll down the dead end. You see that you build success, and you can find your target folder, and this also has been deployed. So let me get into the workspace, and if you find the target directory here, you just get into that. and you can see the v profile v2.var, that's our package. Now let me get into the workspace again, and here I am gonna jump into the versions and we'll see how many versions are there. You see, these are the initial two versions when we have used automatic installation of Jenkins, but this time we used the manual installation and connecting the Jenkins with our connecting the tool with our Jenkins. You see that? And I'll execute one more time and we'll build more versions. Nothing is going to happen. So let's build more versions. It's 120. The time is 120. So we should get 120. You see that? 1320. So let me, yeah, I think this proves a point that Jenkins plugin is not same as the tool. Jenkins plugin is not actually the tool. So this is very important for you to understand from the very beginning, because Jenkins is going to integrate with a lot of tools. Jenkins itself does not have many capabilities. So the capabilities or the features comes from the plugin and the settings that you make. If you are going to use any tool, then you can manage different versions of the tool from global tool configuration. So like Node.js, Gradle, and um, many more, SonarCube, Docker, Kubernetes, Postman, many more. These are the external tools. Or Git, you can have more versions of it if you want. Or JDK, Java Development Kit. So JDK, you need to give, I think. So you need to give the username and password. It gives you a link, and please enter the username and password. So that's the Oracle account. So if you want to install a JDK automatically, I'll show that also. Manage Jenkins, global tool configuration, and directly come down to the JDK. Here it is. So let me click here. So we have gone for the manual installation by providing a Java home directory. So now I'll click on JDK here one more time, and this time I would give a version something else, Java 5. Just here we will go for the install automatically. Now add installer. You have three options: either run shell command, run batch command, or extract .zip or .r. Okay. So whatever the one you use, so let me select run extract. So now what I have to do is I have to provide the URL for the binary file and subdirectory of extracted archive, and click on this, so it's gonna install. So this is what automatic installation in Java. Or else there is a one more way, you directly get this uh, binary file from Oracle. For that you have to provide the Java Oracle account credentials. So with different tools, there are different ways of installing it. I think first you can try with the system tool, like install the tool directly in the system. If that's not working out for you, then you can go for the global tool configuration. So with this, we have proved that tool and plugin are not same. As we have discussed earlier, so there are two types of predominantly there are two types of jobs. One is freestyle job and pipeline job. So we have seen the freestyle job examples using maven, and we have built it and we have versioned the artifacts. So now let's jump into pipeline jobs. So now we are going to build pipelines. Okay, so now let's see what is a Jenkins pipeline first. What is a Jenkins pipeline? Jenkins pipeline, or simply just a pipeline, with a capital P is a suite of plugins which supports implementing and integrating continuous delivery pipelines into Jenkins. So a continuous delivery pipeline is an automated expression of your process of getting software from version software or source code from version control right through to your users and customers. That's called continuous delivery. So every change to your software, that's every change that is done to your source code committed in source control goes through a complex process on its way to being released. And this process involves building the software in a reliable and repeatable manner, as well as progressing the built software. We call it as a build through multiple stages of testing and deployment. So, pipeline provides an extensible set of tools for modeling simple to complex delivery pipelines as code. We call this as a pass or pass, PAS, PAS pipeline as a code. So we are the pipeline domain specific language syntax, DSL. So pipeline as code, treating the CD pipeline a part of the application to be versioned and reviewed like any other code. So creating a Jenkins files and committing it to source control provides a number of immediate benefits. So what are those? The benefits of creating a Jenkins files. The first one is automatically creates a pipeline a build process for all branches and pull requests. And two, code review or iteration on the pipeline along with the remaining source code. And three, audit trail for the pipeline. And fourth, single source of truth for the pipeline, so which can be viewed and edited by multiple members of the project. So while the syntax for defining a pipeline in either in the web UI or with a Jenkins file is the same, it is generally considered best practice to define the pipeline in a Jenkins file and check that it into a source control. So now let's see the difference between a declarative versus a scripted pipeline syntax. So declarative versus scripted. Declarative, a Jenkins file can be written using two types of syntax, declarative and scripted. Declarative and scripted pipelines are constructed fundamentally fundamentally differently. So declarative pipeline is a more recent feature of Jenkins pipeline which provides a richer syntactical features over a scripted pipeline syntax and is designed to make writing and reading pipeline code easier. So many of the individual syntactical components or steps are written into a Jenkins file, however, are common to both declarative and scripted pipeline. But why we require a pipeline? That's the next question. So Jenkins is fundamentally an automation engine which supports a number of automation patterns. Pipeline adds a powerful set of automation tools onto Jenkins, supporting use cases that span from a simple continuous integration to comprehensive continuous delivery pipelines. By modeling a series of related tasks, users can take advantage of the many features of pipeline. So some of the features such as code pipelines are implemented in code and typically checked into source control, so giving teams the ability to edit, review, and iterate upon their delivery pipeline. Two, durable. Why we require a pipeline? Because it is durable. Pipelines can survive both planned and unplanned restarts of the Jenkins controller. And third, possible. So possible, pipelines can optionally stop and wait for human input or approval before counting the pipeline run. And fourth, versatile. So the pipeline plugin supports custom extensions to its D. So the fourth one is versatile. So here the pipeline supports complex real world continuous delivery and deployment requirements, including the ability to fork or join, loop, and perform work in parallel. So that's the reason we require a pipeline. And we require a pipeline because it is extensible. The pipeline plugin supports custom extensions to its DSL and multiple options for integration with other plugins. So while Jenkins has always allowed rudimentary forms of chaining freestyle jobs together to perform a sequential tasks. However, Pipeline makes the concept a first-class citizen in Jenkins. Now let's have a glimpse of continuous delivery pipeline and how it looks. So as usual, it begins with a developer. A developer has committed and pushed the code into their repo and their branch name. Then once it is committed and pushed into the GitHub, from there your actual continuous delivery or deployment pipeline starts. Yes, so the code has been pushed and committed and pushed into the GitHub. So now the first action, the first stage here is SCM checkout. SCM source control checkout. So here in this stage, what are the activities that's going to happen? Collect the dependent repos. You collect the dependent repos. Then after this stage, the output of this stage will move to second stage, while it generates on catch, or finally it builds a report.html. That is one side it goes on. Another side it goes to the second stage, that is build or launch. So the source code which is fetched from the GitHub has been moved to the second stage. Here the activities, in the second stage, the activities that are, it will build the module 1 and parallelly you build module 2, whatever modules that are there. And on the other side, parallelly the output, the report will be going to the report.html, and same happens with the every stage. Then it moves to the stage 3. After the build, the artifact will be tested thoroughly. So here we will have plenty of tests. One is integration test, smoke test, end-to-end test, more test, and you will have a more number of tests. So once it is all done, so you will have a test results. The test results will be stored again in some other server. Then the tested application will move to the deployment server. So once that is done, then after the permission, the workflow ends and it will be stored into the production server. That's the continuous delivery and continuous deployment pipeline. So now let's begin our relation with pipeline. Let's till now we have made our repo, a good repo. We have built our repo with pipeline. Now we are gonna start with pipeline. So as mentioned previously in our previous slides, Jenkins Pipeline is a suite of plugins that supports implementing and integrating continuous delivery pipelines into Jenkins. Pipelines provides an extensible set of tools for modeling simple to complex delivery pipelines as code via the pipeline DSL domain specific language. So in this slide I will describe how to get started with creating your first pipeline project in Jenkins, and introduces you to various ways that a Jenkins file can be created and stored. So prerequisites for this is to use Jenkins pipelines. You'll need Jenkins, the latest version, or uh, after the 2.0 version. Then pipeline plugin is very much required. I have installed the pipeline plugin earlier only. So then nothing much. This is more than enough. So let's get into defining a pipeline first. Okay. Both declarative and scripted pipelines are DSLs to describe portions of your software delivery pipeline. So scripted pipeline is written in a limited form of Groovy script or Groovy syntax. So relevant components of Groovy syntax will be introduced as a required throughout this module. So while an understanding of Groovy is helpful, it's not required to work with a pipeline. So pipeline can be created in one of the following ways. It begins with a blue ocean. So in Blue Ocean, after setting up a pipeline project in Blue Ocean, the Blue Ocean UI, that's user interface, helps you write your pipelines Jenkins file and commit it to source control. And you can use it through the classic UI, classic user interface. You can enter a basic pipeline directly in the Jenkins through the classic UI. And finally, SCM, you can write a Jenkins file manually, which you can commit to your project source control repository. I will show you. I will demonstrate these things on dashboard. Let me go to the new item and let's just give me a random name. First job 1, first pipeline job, a random name, and scroll down and click on pipeline and click OK. Now the classic UI I'm gonna show. This is what I was saying, classic UI. So you can enter a basic pipeline directly in Jenkins through the here. You can directly enter your basic pipeline. Okay. And you can enter stage. So this is our basic through classic UI. And another way, you write your Jenkins file manually in your personal computer, and then you push that to the GitHub repository, and you fetch from GitHub repository and use it as a Jenkins file. That is a second way. And third way, and the first way is through Blue Ocean. So we are going to do both through the classic UI and through SCM. Both we are going to do. So now let's take one example, that is through the classic UI. Okay, through the classic UI example we're gonna take here. So a Jenkins file created using classic UI is stored by Jenkins itself within the Jenkins home directory. Okay, so let's take this example. It's a declarative pipeline. It's absolutely a declarative pipeline. We will consider this. In this, you see the first agent. A pipeline is opened, and inside that you saw the agent any. This talks about agent instructs. Here agent instructs Jenkins to allocate an executor on any available agent or node in the Jenkins environment and workspace for the entire pipeline. Of course, at this moment we have only one Jenkins server. If you have a few other servers, in that case you can mention the agent, another server you can mention, and you can execute the Jenkins file and run the pipeline in that server from this server. I hope you got it. It's nothing complicated. If you mention agent any, so it's fine, anything will be considered. But if you mention a specific server which is not the present server, then you can execute your pipeline in that server from your presently working server. This is so. Then we have a command echo write simple string in the console output, and we have a node. Basically, node effectively does the same thing as an agent. So there we have mentioned agent, and it does the same thing. Then after that we will look into the SCM, but for now we will do this. We will demonstrate through the classic UI example. Again, I'll get back to this. So this time, so configure. This is our first pipeline through classic UI. Done. Scroll down a bit. So nothing is required, just come to the pipeline here. So here you have two options, pipeline script and pipeline script from SCM. So I'm not going with the SCM, I'm just going with the classic UI. So now let me start our pipeline script. So pipeline space and curly braces, enter. So this is our first indentation. Here I will say agent. You can use any agent. Of course we have only one agent, but still I'd say agent any. Then after that we'll start writing our stages. Yes, inside the stages I will mention the first stage, that is stage, and then bracket, the name of the stage is chant. So chant is the name of the stage, or I would say stage 1 chant. Yeah, this is better. Then I would give space and then open a curly braces, and inside that I would write steps, what steps we are going to take inside. Then click, and first one is echo Hare Krishna. Okay, so this is our pipeline, the first script through classic UI. I will save this. You can see that here the symbol pipeline in advanced project options and general. So let me click on save, and let's build this pipeline using script. Yes, it's done. You can see that it's successful. The time it has taken for this pipeline, you have only one stage, that is chant. So let me go to the console of this, from here to the console output, and you see that Hare Krishna, stage 1 chant, and then the output of this Hare Krishna, and it is success, and it's successful. That's your first pipeline from, you can see your first pipeline, here it is. first pipeline from classic UI. If you should also able to do this, a big congratulations to you and keep up your good work. Fantastic. I will build one more and we'll see. Build scheduled. Second, again successful. Stage 1, chant. So let's go to the workspace. Here nothing much. There is no workspace because it's just a simple commands. So I will execute one more time the same pipeline and we'll see. Absolutely no problem. This is build ID 3, absolutely brilliantly working. Now let's see how to define a pipeline or build a pipeline through SCM or in SCM. So to configure your pipeline project to use a Jenkins file from source control. So follow the procedure above for defining your pipeline through the classic UI until you reach step 5 that remains same. Then after that, from the definition field, choose the pipeline script from SCM option that I have shown it to you before. So then from the SCM field, choose the type of source control system of the repository containing your Jenkins file. We will select Git and complete the field specific to your repository source control system. And then finally, you have to provide the script uh, path field and you have to give the location where your Jenkins file is presented and then you execute it. As usual, it's normal. So I will show that. So here is the Jenkins for us. So let me go up. So instead of going with the pipeline script, you can select pipeline script from SCM. Then this is the information we have to provide. So we need to give Git repository first. So for that, we have to create a Git repository. So for this project, what we require is this is pipeline using SCM. That's the project. So first one, a repository, Git repository with Jenkins file, and then connect and give this, copy the repository URL in the specified blank space on Jenkins SCM path. Then save it and build it. So before that, again write a Jenkins file and push it to the remote repo. So let's do this activity first. Let's write a Jenkins file and push it to the remote repo. For that, I have to get into my GitHub account. So I'll create a new repo and let's say so Jenkins pipeline SCM first project. So this is to demonstrate this is the demonstration of building a pipeline from the SCM, and we'll keep it public. Select add a readme file and create a repository. So once your repository is done, so let's get into the VS Code. Okay, we'll find a folder. So here we're gonna open. So here we will open our VS Code. So initially when you are opening it itself, it's asking, let me make it bigger. It's asking new file, open folder, or clone git repository. I will clone git repository, so I will go with clone git repository. So now I have to choose a remote sources. I will click on remote sources. Then the remote sources will be loaded. We have different remote sources. So the remote source that I have here is Jenkins Pipeline SCM first project. So I will look for that. Yeah, here. Jenkins Pipeline SCM first project. Let me select this, and I have to choose a destination folder. So let me get into, and it's fifth module, Jenkins exercise, and here I want, this is my repository destination. So open, no, open here only. So I don't want to open a new one. Yes, it's done. Let me close get started. This is a readme file. Yeah, this is what I have written there. So now let me create a new file saying Jenkins file. Jenkins file. So here we'll start writing our script as usual. Pipeline, and agent would be any. Then we'll begin our stages. So the first stage is, I'd say, stage 1 chanting, and inside that first stage I'm gonna write steps. What steps I'm gonna do inside that? The first and only one step that we have here is echo and Hare Krishna. That's it. All done. Let me save this file now. The file has been saved. It's Jenkins file. Okay, it's been saved as a Jenkins file. Now let me save this, and it's time to push this to, for that let me, yeah, let me click on this three dot icon. Okay, get into the, click on this VCS source control icon, and then click on, or you directly give the message, this is Jenkins file commit, and here you have changes, and add these changes to the staging or index area. So changes has been added. Now I have typed the commit message earlier, so I will directly commit it. So once the commit has been done, now push it to the remote repository. So once, yeah, it's been pushed. So let me click on this. Yeah, it's done. So let me check the remote repository whether file has been pushed or not. Yes, you see the Jenkins file here, and the commit is Jenkins file commit. So now let me copy this URL, and let me check the sticky note here. So the first one is done, and second one is also done. Now third step. So let me get into the Jenkins, and this is a Jenkins, a pipeline name is, and this is second pipeline through SCM, through SCM, and rest all remains same. Here you have to select the pipeline script from SCM, then here SCM none or git. I would go with git. And so here I'm going to paste the repository URL. So that's been a repository URL has been pasted. So credentials is not required here. Okay, yeah, credentials are not required because it's a public repository. If it is private repository, then you have to click here and add the credentials of your GitHub. Then what else? Advanced. So this is not required. I will minimize this, and the repository has been added. So if you want to add more, you can add it, but that's more than enough. And branches to be built is master branch. That's the main branch. By default, I'll keep it blank. And repository borrower auto. So that's all. It's not required to touch these things, and rest all remains same. Script file. This should be the file name, Jenkins file. So let me check whether it is similar or not. It is Jenkins file. Exactly. So now let me save it, and let us build our second pipeline, which is SCM, through SCM. So second pipeline, that is through SCM. It's getting built. So it's taking, we got an error. So what's that? Build number 1. So let me get into the console output and see. So the problem, fatal could not remote ref add master. Okay, I got the issue. So we'll keep it blank there. Configure the pipeline. So I'll keep it same, rest all. So this one I'll keep it blank. Or I could write main, but I'll keep it blank and save now. And build it. Again, this time what's the issue? It's second pipeline. Okay, just a minute. Console output. What's the issue this time? So java.erlang refs heads jenkins.plugins git scm file system. So scm file java. Okay, there is something issue with. So the problem could be, so let me check the configuration one more time. So everything is fine. Repository is fine. We have given the correct repository. Let me check that. Let me replace, copy it and paste it. Yes, it's changed. So let me come down. Yes, the issue could be it's a main branch. Let me check. In spite of putting any blank, I'll go with the main branch. So now let's save it and build the pipeline and see what's going to happen. Yes, it's done. Yes, it's it. That's it. That's the issue. The branch name is the issue. So by default it took master, but it's not master, it's main branch. So initially I put blank, it did not work. Then I changed it to main branch. So then you can see the steps. One is a declarative checkout SCM. So it's been checked out to the SCM, and then it has pulled the code, the Jenkins file. Then it had executed the Jenkins file. Then it has said this. So let's get into the console output and we'll see. You can clearly see. So obtained Jenkins file from git repository, then running that Jenkins. So file has been started. Select git installation and does not exist, then it has used default. We did not specify any git installation, so that's the reason it has used a default git. Then the file has been brought, and you can see the commit message that I have committed. It's a Jenkins file commit, and you see the stage 1 chanting. echo Hare Krishna. So the output has been printed on the screen. So now let me get into the second pipeline and go to the uh, okay, supposed to have, yeah, let me click on full stage view. Yeah, you see that it's a complete full stage view. So meanwhile what I will do is I will check manage Jenkins and manage plugins, available plugins, and dashboard. This is dashboard for Blue Ocean dashboard view. So let me click install with a restart, sorry, without a restart. So it's pending. Let's wait for its installation. Installation is success. Let me click on a restart Jenkins. So it's been restarted. Now let's get into the same pipeline, that is second pipeline, and we will build it again and we'll see how it looks. Yeah, we're building it again. This is fourth build ID. So it's also successful. So it took 524 milliseconds for checking out and bringing the Jenkins file and then executing the Jenkins files commands. That's the stage 1 chanting. So with this we are successfully we have successfully executed a pipeline through SCM. Also, if you can do that, you can do similar fashion for similar fashion for Blue Ocean also, but I don't think it's that important at this moment. So through the classic UI and in SCM is more than enough. And let me check this. So done and done. So save it and build it. It's all done. Now let's look into the more examples. So now we will do some examples using environment variables. So working with your Jenkins files, the following. So, so how can we add environment variables inside the Jenkins file? So using environment variables, Jenkins pipeline exposes environment variables via the global variable called env, which is a variable from anywhere within a Jenkins file. So the full list of environment variables which are accessible from within Jenkins pipeline is uh, documented. So basically you can get it from a variable called your Jenkins URL. So but here we will see some of the environment variables. The first one is build ID. So we have discussed about this in our previous slides, in our previous sessions. So here, so a build ID is gives the current build ID. It could be 1 2 3, these kind of numbers. And build number, so the current build number such as 153. And build tag, strings of Jenkins. Build tag is a string of string of Jenkins. So job name, build number, so all together can be attached as a build tag. So convenient to put into a resource file, a jar file, etc., for easier identification. Then build URL, so the URL where the results of the build can be found. And executor number, so the unique number that identifies the current executor among executors of the same machine, so performing this build. So this is the number you see in the build executor status, either 0 or 1. So basically, except that the number starts from 0, not 1. Okay, so build executor status, uh, except that the number starts from 0, not 1. Okay, if the number starts from 0, then that means it's a build executor status. If it is starts from 1, it's something else. Then we have Java home. If your job is configured to use a specific Java development kit, this variable is set to the Java home of the specified JDK. So when this variable is set, path is also updated to include the bin subdirectory of Java home. Then Jenkins URL, so full URL of Jenkins, you will get it. And then job name, so name of the project of this build. So whatever the project name that you have given, that will be fetched. And node name, so the name of the node the current build is running on. So set to master for the Jenkins controller. If it is, if you have a master slave concept, if you have plenty of nodes, then we can go for the this kind of concept. So we can set to master for the Jenkins controller. So then we have workspace. When you give the workspace as a environment variable, the absolute path of the workspace will be pushed, will be fetched. So now, setting environment variable, let's take this example. So in this example, so the pipeline, there is one sample pipeline, and in that, the first pipeline directive, after that you have an environment directive. What does it mean? An environment directive, here an environment directive used in the top level pipeline block will apply to all steps within the pipeline. That's what an environment directive. Then after that you have a one more environment directive which is nested. So this, an environment directive defined within a stage, will only apply the given environment variables to steps within the stage. So if it is at a higher level, at a top level, then it will be applied across the pipeline. If it is inside the stages, inside a particular stage, then the environment variables steps, like it would be applied only to that certain stage. So let's look into one example here. Not one, three examples we will do, so that we'll get more clarity in this section. Okay, so all are about Jenkins. All are about Jenkins environment variables only. So we will do three exercises. One is uh, using pipeline script from the Jenkins, and another one is using Jenkins file using SCM. So, and last one is also using SCM. So we will do the three examples. Okay, let's begin. Let me get into Jenkins and write my first item. So I would name this as a Jenkins pass, and this is environment where exercise 1. And as usual, I will go with the pipeline, not the free project, and click OK. And this is environment variable project, that is exercise 1. So let me scroll down a bit. Rest all will keep it same by default stuff. We don't touch it. Here I'm gonna use pipeline script. I am not going to use pipeline script from SCM. Other two exercises we will do with using pipeline script from SCM. So here I will write the script. So pipeline directive is our first one. So we have opened the pipeline block, and inside the pipeline block, whatever stages you would like to have, you can attach. So before that, we will add agent directive. Agent any is absolutely fine. Then let's add a stages directive, and then stages block has been opened, and inside the stages block I will attach my first stage, that is stage, and then name is environment variable example. I would say n var example stage. So this is what the stage I provided, and I will open this stage block. Inside that I would say echo and running environment variable, that is build id, environment variable build id, so protection variable protection in shell, then it is build and id, and let's say on. So one more, so we are running this build id on this Jenkins URL, and I would provide that URL, that is, and protection variable protection and dot Jenkins underscore URL, and close the protection. That's it. So this is enough to write our first environment variable related pipeline, and let me save it and let me execute now. So build scheduled and wait for the output. We got the negative output, so error. So let me get into the console output and see. So what is the issue? So stage, so expected one of steps, stages or parallel for stage and variable example. So the problem could be here. So let me get into the code and configure, and let me directly look into the stages, and after that we should attach steps, but we missed it. So let me type step, steps, and let me cut it, steps, and yeah, now let me attach it, but before that I have to bring it to the equivalent to the stage. Yeah, yes, rest all fine. Pipeline, stages, stage, and steps. Now let me save this and build now. It should work. Yes, it had worked. So stage and variable example, this is the stage, and it's been built. The pipeline, one stage pipeline has been built. So let us look into the console now. Console output, we can see the console output. So what's the console output? Running environment variable build id is 2, and on this Jenkins URL at this location it is running. You see that same URL 13 235 51 153 80 80 at this URL it's running. So let me get back to the pipeline configuration and add one more thing inside the piece of code. So running environment variable build id is this much on this Jenkins URL. So save it and rerun it and see. So third one is also been built, and you can see that third build ID and 105 seconds. So let's look into the console of this console output, and you can see that a running environment variable build ID is 3 on this Jenkins URL. Exactly on this Jenkins URLs your build has been built. So that's what it's saying with the build ID number, build ID 3. So now let's do a bit complicated example at this moment. So for that I will get back to the dashboard here, and I will go to the my GitHub. So I will go to my, I'll click on your repositories, and then inside that I will select Jenkins pass and where exercise, and I have already written this Jenkins file. So this Jenkins file is setting, okay, let me scroll down. Yeah, setting an environment variable within a Jenkins pipeline is accomplished differently depending on whether a declarative or a scripted pipeline is used. So here it is a declarative pipeline, and a declarative pipeline supports an environment directive. So that's the reason we will use a environment. So this is as it is a declarative pipeline, so we use a environment here, and then we can run. So environment directive, whereas the scripted pipeline must be used with use the with env. So okay, so now let's so we have used the environment directive, and we have attached cc clang, and again we have inside we used environment directive, and we said debug flags option G, and we want to print env, so everything all together. Okay, so now let me get back to the repository and copy the URL of the repository, and so now it's time to build our pipeline. So click on new item, and this is Jenkins pass exercise 1. I'd say exercise next. Okay, Jenkins exercise 2, but this time it's using SCM. So I'll click on pipeline and click on OK. Same Jenkins pass and environment variable with SCM. Then directly scroll down, and here select pipeline script from SCM and select git as an SCM, and paste a URL here, and credentials are not required. I'm going with the public repository, and branch is main, and script path is same. So save it, and why to wait, just build it. So build scheduled, so the build has been started. So let's wait for a few minutes. So again some or other way problem will get it. Console output, and what is that issue? So unable to find Jenkins file from git, Jenkins file from git, it's did not find that. Okay, let me copy this and get back to the Jenkins file. You see, oh, that's my mistake. Let me change this, change the name of the file, click on here. So I'll remove this. So that's what happens if you don't mention the name of the file properly. It should be Jenkins file with the capital J and Jenkins file. That's it. You should not do any other mistake at all. And again commit the changes. So renamed Jenkins files to Jenkins file and commit changes. So it's done. Let me rerun the job again. Same job, rerun it. Yes, this time no problem. That's what we have to be very careful when writing the file names. So the first stage in this is declarative checkout SCM. It's been done. Then we have written the example. So that's what the stage name I have given. So and we'll change that. But now let's check console output what we have got there. This is as usual. It's fetching. Then stage with env, and then stage is the example name, then sh has come into the picture, then it says shell and print env. So then you got all the environment variable whatever that we have discussed so far, and there are more to that. Even ccl cc capital cc clang, that is also been brought into that. And you see there are different types of variables, but we'll come to this. Before that, we will do some changes inside our Jenkins file, and we will save it. So stage name I would write stage env var all, and I will commit the changes. Changing the stage name and committing it. So commit changes now. So changes has been committed. So let's get back to the Jenkins and rerun the same pipeline. So the third pipeline has been run, but this time the stage name is stage env var all. So now let's get into the console output, and we'll see each and every environment variable that we have used there. So all user, as usual, user is Jenkins, and git, you see that first one is Jenkins home. You can find that Jenkins home is var lab Jenkins, and after that you have git previous successful commit. It has given, when you give git previous successful commit, this is the latest commit that we have used. That's, we have updated the stage name. Then user, who's the user? Jenkins is the user. Then ci is true. Then run change display URL. This is what the URL, where this is where our Jenkins server is running. Then node labels built in Hudson URL. This is basically Hudson has come from Jenkins has come from Hudson, but still we call it as a Jenkins. That's what, that's a historical fact. Then you have a git commit, one more git commit. Then home. This is a home directory of Jenkins. That's a home. And then build URL, you can find the build URL specific to this build. You see that this is the URL of Jenkins, and after that inside that you will have a job Jenkins pass and variable exercise 2 and SCM3. From there it's, we got it. And Jenkins server cookie notify socket, log name is Jenkins, node name is built in, and there are more. Stage name is this, anyway stage name we know. Executor number, it's 0, we have discussed in our slide. I think it's still there. Yeah. See, build ID. These are all executed number we have seen. Just now we have seen. And we'll see more. And invocation ID, build ID. You see that? Build ID we have seen. Build tag. As we have discussed about the build tag. So Jenkins pass and variable exercise 2 and then SCM3. So that's how it has attached. It has attached the name of the project with the build ID. So then you will get the build tag. That's what we have said here. If you remember, build tag string of job name and attached with the build number after after hyphen. So then shell, we have used a shell, that is bin bash. Run display URL, so this is where it runs. Utsan server job display URL, job name is this, and pwd, that's a present working directory, is this, and git previous commit is this, and debug flags. So and finally you got clang. So that's how it works. So let me build one more time before we wrapping up this environment variable section. And let's run it one more time and see, check what's going to happen. So the fourth build ID, it's successful even with the fourth one. So this is how you can fetch the environment variable, you can print the environment variable, you can use the environment variable inside your Jenkins files. Now let's look into a few more examples. So the next thing to be discussed is handling credentials, how to handle the credentials. We will take an example of AWS for this. Okay, so credentials configured in Jenkins can be handled in pipelines for immediate use. So the first one, we will begin with for secret text, usernames and passwords and secret files, Jenkins declarative pipeline syntax has the credentials helper method. Okay, so used within the environment directive. So let's add that part, so which supports secret text, username and password, as well as a secret file credentials. Let's look into the secret text first. So we will take the example from Amazon Web Services. Okay, secret text. So the pipeline which is visible on your screen shows an example of how to create a pipeline using environment variables for secret text credentials. In this example, two secret text credentials are assigned to separate environment variables to access Amazon Web Services. So these credentials would have been configured in Jenkins with their respective credential IDs. So here we have a Jenkins AWS secret key ID and Jenkins AWS secret access ID. So you can reference the two credential environment variables as defined in the pipeline's environment directive. So we have attached this into the pipeline environment directive because it's a declarative declarative pipeline. So that's the reason we have that provision to attach these things into environment directive. So within the stages, we use steps using the syntax AWS access key ID and AWS secret access key ID. One is access key ID and second one is secret key. So for example, here you can authenticate to AWS using the secret text credentials assigned to the credential variables. And but the issue here is secrecy. Okay, we will discuss about the secrecy, but before that we're gonna build this pipeline and see what's going to happen. So in this pipeline example, the credentials assigned to the two AWS environment variables are scoped here globally for the entire pipeline. So these credential variables could also be used in stages steps. However, the environment directive in this pipeline were moved to a specific stage, as in the case of usernames and password pipelines. So here we will be doing this exercise because I have attached some random access keys, because I have to again log into the Amazon Web Services where to get it. So I cannot show you the actual keys which are existed with my this thing. So I would write this piece of code and we will execute it, but uh, it's not going to work. We'll get an error because I'm not using the exact one. So let me get into that. So let me create a new dashboard, sorry, new item, and I will give the name as Jenkins pass, and where is done Jenkins, and I'll remove here. I would say secret and example 1 or exercise 1 and pipeline project, and click OK, and come scroll down completely, and here I will write the piece of code. Okay, yes, we have written the piece of code here. So agent remains same. You can put it anything, or if it is not required, so I will leave it as anything because I don't want to add any agent here. Yeah, I say any, rest all is fine. So let me attach Jenkins AWS secret key ID here. So let me bring AWS, I think, what is that, secret key, right? Yeah, secret key, and paste it. And then we have access key ID, Jenkins AWS access key ID, and paste it, and save it and build it. See what's gonna happen. Yes, it's failed. It will fail because I did not use the actual one, because I cannot expose the uh, very secret access key, and so I don't want to expose those things, so that's why I did not use it properly. But you should have seen the pipeline code. You just look into this code one more time. Okay, this is what the code is. So to maintain the security and anonymity of these credentials, so if you want to maintain it, you can have one more option. If the job displays the value of these credential variables from within the pipeline, example echo AWS secret access key, or other one, so Jenkins only returns the value of some asterisk. So to reduce the risk of secret information being disclosed to the console output, and any logs, any sensitive information and credential IDs themselves are also returned. So in the pipelines run output. So that's the reason. Uh, it's a little bit of secrecy issue. So it's fine. But this is how we actually run our pipelines to execute and enter to get the login of the AWS account or any other account. And we have, for example, if you want to use Bitbucket, and for the Bitbucket, the variable is Bitbucket common creds. So it contains a username and a password separated by a colon in the format using username colon password, or else you can use Bitbucket common creds user, an additional variable containing the username component only, or you can use Bitbucket common creds PSW. So here you can attach only password. So you can use any of them. If you use Bitbucket common creds, then you have to attach Jenkins Bitbucket common creds uh, username and password separated by the colon. So that's how we handle the credentials. So now let's do few examples for handling parameters. Handling parameters, declarative pipeline supports parameters out of the box. So allowing the pipeline to accept user defined or user specified parameters at runtime via the parameter directive. So again, we have done it in our previous session, but that time it was not using pipeline, it was using a freestyle job. So we have used the parameterized job. So but that time it was using freestyle. Now we're gonna do using parameterized pipeline. Now we're gonna build a parameterized pipeline. Okay, so configuring parameters with the scripted pipeline is done with the property steps, which can be found in the in our we have seen that now. So let me show that. So this is the last previous example. So now let me get back to that dashboard, and I think versioning. Okay, in versioning we have done it. Let me go for the configure, and here I've checked in, so I will uncheck it, and the project is parameterized. So now let me click on add parameter. So I would go for the string parameter, and this is what these are the three things we have to attach. That's what I'm saying. So the string parameter, so name, default value, description should be attached when we are writing the code. If you configure your pipeline to accept these parameters using build with parameters option, so those parameters are accessible as the members of params or parameters variables. So is the variable can be called as a params, params. So assuming that this string parameter, we're going with the string parameter, and we will name it as let me get back to the slide again. So we will name this as greeting. Okay, this is default example we have taken. So let's build it first. Let's build this dashboard. Cancel. So scroll up, select, change the build stamp. Okay, keep it, save. Get back to the dashboard, click new item, and this time I'd say Jenkins pass, and it is handling parameter, or you can say pipe parameterized pipeline, whichever is the better. So click on pipeline and say okay, and directly scroll down. So parameterizing pipeline, so directly scroll it down and keep it pipeline script like this, and I will type this key here, code here. So pipeline, so this is our first directive and the first block, and then main block. Inside that all will come, I would say agent, and then any, and our parameters parameters directive, and inside that I have to attach, I have shown it to you earlier. First one is string, 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 and name. Inside that name, so I give it is chanting. Then we after the name, what we have a default value, and it is hooray. Then after that we have a description, then it is how should I call him, and how should I approach him. Okay, so it's done. Yep, parameters directive block has been closed. Now let's attach the stages. stages, and stages directive block has been opened, and inside that we will open a first stage. So that is stage, and okay, then space, and steps should be mentioned, and steps block has been opened, and echo. So now we have to mention the parameters that I have told you, dollar symbol and then curly braces to protect the variable. Params, I have mentioned that. Params dot, what's the name of this? The name of the variable is chanting, chant. Okay, and let me close this and say okay. So let me save this, and I hope everything is fine with this code. Let me save this and run it. So the well scheduled, I guess. Yes, it's successful. Stage chant, and the pipe has been built. The pipeline has been built. Now let me click on logs here. So print message, you see that? Hooray, everybody. Hooray, everybody. So that's what the print message. Absolutely fine. Absolutely well. So now let me build one more time. Okay. Let me get into the console output first. Yeah. Console output. You see the console output handling parameters are everybody in success. So is there anything missing? Let me restart from stage. Run. It's running. So third build. So now let me click on here. So after running one time, you will get this option that's a build with parameters. So now you click. So chanting is the parameter name, and how should I call him and how should I approach him. So default value is this, but I'll give Hare Rama or Hare Krishna and build it. So this is how you can give your default values. You can parameterize your pipeline even for the timeline. Let me click on log, and you see that Hare Krishna, everybody. So then let me build it again. So close this and build with parameter again, but this time I would say Hare Krishna, everybody. So let me close the bracket. So let's see. So the pipeline is being built. So it's done. Let me click on logs. See the log, the print message is say Hare Krishna, everybody. So that's how it works. So that's how we handle the parameters. So then we have handling failure. So declarative pipeline supports robust failure handling by default via its, I think it's post section. So post directive, it uses a post directive to basically handles this failures. So this post section, which allows declaring a number of different post conditions, such as always is one condition, and unstable, failure, success, and changed. So the pipeline syntax section provides more details on how to use the various post sections. So here you can see that in this example. So scripted pipeline, however, relies on Groovy's built-in try, catch, finally semantics for handling failures during execution of the pipeline. So in the test, in this example, here we are building that stage. That stage name is test, and in the test example, the sh step, this is that sh step was modified to never return a non-zero exit code. So we have said sh make check means you should never return back to the you should never return a non-zero exit code. So this approach, while valid, means the following stages needs to check the current build result to know if there has been a test failure or not. So an alternative way of handling this is which preserves the early exit behavior of failures in pipeline, with still giving a JUnit the chance to capture test reports, is to use a series of try or finally blocks. So this is one way, or another way is to simply use a JUnit. So the JUnit, once you use a JUnit, it has a capability even to capture the failures and store it as a report and give it to you in a target directory inside the workspace. Now let's look into the more advanced concept of Jenkins agents. So the Jenkins architecture is designed for distributed build environments. It allows us to use different environments for each build project, balancing the workload among multiple agents running jobs in parallel. So the Jenkins controller is the original node in the Jenkins installation, and the Jenkins controller administers the Jenkins agents and orchestrates their work, so including scheduling jobs on agents and monitoring agents. So agents may be connected to the Jenkins controller using either local or cloud computers. The agents require a Java installation and a network connection to the Jenkins controller. Let's take one agent. It's configuring agents with Docker. Jenkins agents can be launched in physical machines, virtual machines, Kubernetes clusters, and with Docker images. So in these slides and the forthcoming slides, uh, sorry, this slide connects Docker agents to Jenkins with SSH. Let's do that example, but before that, let us look into this concept also, using multiple agents and how can we get benefit out of using multiple agents. So in all, if you look into that in our previous slide or session that we have discussed, we have taken some example, that is Docker. In all the previous example that we have considered consists of only a single agent has been used. This means Jenkins will allocate an executor where one is available, regardless of how it is labeled or configured. Not only can this behavior be overridden, but Pipelaine allows utilizing multiple agents in the Jenkins environment from within the same Jenkins file. So, which can be helpful for more advanced use cases such as executing builds or tests across multiple platforms. If you see this example on the right side, on the rightmost portion, you can see the Jenkins file. If you look into this file, the build stage will be, let me show you that. Here is the build stage. The build stage will be performed on one agent. You see that? And built results will be reused on two subsequent agents labeled Linux. You see that? This is another agent, and then test on Windows respectively. this is how a multiple agents work. So what's the main purpose or benefit of multiple agents? It allows us to use different environments for each build project balancing. So each build project for balancing the workload among multiple agents running the jobs in parallel. So this gives a huge benefit for Jenkins. It brings a lot of difference in handling advanced or complicated and complex projects in Jenkins. You see this example, this is the best example for us. Here, let me go through this one more time. So what is this first? If you see that a pipeline is the a main directive, pipeline directive. Inside that you have opened the first block, that is pipeline block from here to here. Inside that the first agent is the controller agent, the main agent, and after that this we have three agents here. Okay, stages. In first stage is build stage. Build stage is executed by agent any, so maybe the controller agent, and after that once it is built, you will get an output, an artifact. This artifact should be used in another agent, that is a Linux agent. This Linux agent, that is the stage 2 is test on Linux, and the agent has been labeled as a Linux. So there it takes the artifact from the previous agent, and here it's gonna run JUnit tests, and it will build the target.xml reports. Then after that we have a final stage, that is test on Windows. For that again we will take the artifact from the previous stage, that is build stage, into Windows agent, and then here it's gonna build, it's gonna test it and save the reports in .xml file. So that's how you can use the same artifact and run the tests in different types of agents. One is Linux OS, other one is um, Windows agent. So let's look into the steps in each stage here. So the stash step here, the stash step allows capturing files matching an inclusion pattern. So here you can see that the pattern for reuse within the same pipeline. So once the pipeline has completed its execution, stashed files are deleted from the Jenkins controller. Then we have the parameter, the second one, you see that agent, this the agent directive, and then you have the agent, the parameter in agent or node. These are agent or node allows for any valid Jenkins label expression, consults the pipeline syntax. So here you see that if you want to see more, you just go and visit the Jenkins documentation. Then we have the third one. Here we have used unstash. Unstash will retrieve the named stash from the Jenkins controller into the pipeline's current workspace. Then we have the fourth step. Here we have used the bat. The bat script allows for executing bat scripts on Windows based platforms. So this is how we can use multiple agents with Jenkins, and we can have a one Jenkins controller and remaining can use as other agents or nodes. So now let's build our first pipeline in Jenkins using Docker. So many organizations use Docker to unify the build and test environments across machines and to provide an efficient mechanism for deploying applications. So in Jenkins, it started with version 2.5, and all the Jenkins versions are providing the ways the ways to integrate a Docker containers or Docker images inside the Jenkins pipelines, inside the Jenkins files. So here in this session or slide, we are gonna do some examples of Docker container or Docker images building using Jenkins file. Let's do that. So this is our first example. So customizing the executing environment. So Pipelaine is designed to easily use Docker images as the execution environment for a single stage or the entire pipeline. So meaning that a user can define the tools required for their pipeline, so without having to manually configure agents. So here in our first example, what we will do is it comes under the agent. We are going to use a new specific agent called Docker. So we'll use a Docker agent, and using the Docker agent, we are going to build an image. That is our first example. And after that, we will see the and that image. And after that, it should print node version, which the image version it's been downloaded. So let's get into the action now. But for that, we need to do the following things. So Docker in Jenkins. For that, you require a Docker tool, yes or no, and you require a Docker plugin also. So first what will we do is, for our first activity is to install the Docker engine in Jenkins server. Install the Docker engine in Jenkins server. It's not inside the Jenkins application, or it is inside the Jenkins server. So let's get into that first. So let's do our first action, the first activity in this: install Docker engine in Jenkins server. Let me get into the Jenkins server. So this is my Jenkins server. So I'll check the Docker version. So bash user bin Docker. So nothing is there. You just copy this and paste it here. After it's gonna useful. So let me paste it here. So there is no Docker. So now let's install the Docker. For that, let me get into the Docker installation guide or installation documentation. Let me zoom this, and let me go for the Ubuntu. So I'm in Ubuntu. You can see that it's Docker engine Ubuntu, and installation methods. The setup the repository. So we'll install using the repository. So I'm gonna explain in detail about the installation of Docker in Docker module. For now, let's install it. The first step is, as usual, you have to update the apt-get package. Then you have to install some CS certificates, curl, GNU, PG, LSB, release. These utilities we have to install. Let me install those utilities. Yeah, CS certificates, curl, GNU, PG, LSB, release, all utilities has been installed. Now it's time to add Docker official GPG key. As we have discussed, the GPG key. So you will have a public key and then private key. So that was generated by Docker, and this is Docker official key. So obviously the key, the docker.gpg, let us see that key also. Let me copy this, so that to have a secure transaction, to set up or establish a secure connection between a Docker official website and then Docker official dockerhub.com with our server, we need to give this GPG key. So let me copy this and paste it here and execute it. So save I. Yeah, now let's check that it is cd etc apt and key rings. And let us see, you have the docker.gpg. Let me do the cat docker.gpg. Yeah, we cannot see that's anything. That's fine. Let me clear the screen for this moment, and let's continue with the installation procedure. Let's execute this and say and click on that. So your package is getting updated. It's done. Now it's time to install the latest version of our application, our Docker engine. Docker C, CLI container, and say why. So now it's unpacking container.io. So Docker C CLI is getting unpacked, and Docker CE is getting unpacked, and Docker Compose plugin is getting unpacked. So system link, mandb is done, systemmd is done. So absolutely brilliantly installed. So now let me clear the screen and check the Docker version. Here it is. Docker version is 20.10.53 and build version. Now let's find the Docker home directory. So Docker home directory is in cd var lib, and so let me click that. You see that Docker on top. Let me click on Docker and give ls. Here it is. So Docker has been successfully installed. So now let me copy this Docker root directory or home directory. Let me copy this Docker home directory and place it in my sticky note. Okay, so Docker root and paste it. That's it. So now the next task to be done is add Jenkins user. Add Jenkins user to the Docker group and reboot it. Why? Because Jenkins is going to use this Docker as an agent. So separate agent. So Docker, so to use Jenkins as a Docker agent, it needs to be user of Docker group. It should be part of Docker group. Now let me say id Docker. You see that? Okay. Okay. You see that? We got a lot of stuff. Let me clear the screen first and I'll show you. id Jenkins. You see that? This is the user ID of Jenkins and this is the group ID of Jenkins and groups 120, and similarly this is Docker 998. So now what I have to do is, I think by the time it's okay, let me check it. Let us add Docker Jenkins into the Docker group. For that we have to say user clear mod user mod option A and group. It's a Docker group and user is Jenkins. So now let's check id Jenkins. So it's been added into the Docker group. We can clearly see that. Or if you want to cross check it more, let us get into the etc and click on ls and do cat group. Yes, here it is. You see that? Docker group consists of Jenkins as a user in it. That's it. Why do we require this? Because Jenkins wants to use a Docker as an agent. So we have to attach the user. We have to attach Jenkins as a Docker group user. So it's done. So let's get back to the action. So the second part has also been done. So let me mark it. So now it's time to install the Docker Pipelaine plugin. So let's get into the Jenkins and go to the dashboard, log into the Jenkins, keep me signed in, don't throw me out in between, and click on manage Jenkins and come to the manage plugins and available plugins and search what is the plugin that we require. We require Docker Pipelaine. Let me type Docker Pipelaine. So Docker API, Amazon ECR, Docker slaves, or else let me check on install plugins at least. So Docker, yeah, here it is. So Docker Pipelaine, it's been installed. It was installed earlier. So if you haven't installed, you just install it. So what I have to do is I have to enable the installation. That's it. Okay. So I have enabled the Docker Pipelaine installation and I would say restart once no jobs are running. Let me restart it. And one more thing here to be done is, so after attaching a Jenkins user to the Docker group, you have to reboot the system. So I have rebooted it. Now let me restart it. So that's what we have mentioned here, but it's unable to restart. Yes. So after that you have to reboot. So I have restarted it. Now let me get into the so what's the problem here? Why we are unable to start it? So I have to check Amazon EC2 instance. So let me, okay, here is my EC2 instance. So yeah, let me click on instances, Jenkins server. Yeah, this is my EC2 instance of Jenkins server, and come to the security group. What is the issue? So normally what happens whenever you reboot it, the Jenkins security group will take a default custom default IP. So that's the reason we have to reset it whenever you reboot it. Now I am gonna reset that rules, Jenkins security group rules in this case. Yeah, it's up. So let me click on this inbound rules and edit inbound rules. You see that it has become a custom, but we want my IP. Here also it has become custom, we want my IP. And now you save the rules. You have not made any changes, that's okay. The rules has been saved. Now let's get into our machine and restart it. Yes, it's done. So become sudo I and clear the screen, and again you give id Jenkins. It's become a Docker, the part of Docker group, and Docker version. It's 20.10.23. So rest all fine. Now it's time to get back to our work again, to the Jenkins dashboard. So far what we have done, so we have installed the Docker plugin and we have rebooted, we have restarted also. So let me mark this here. So let me get back to the manage Jenkins one more time. So let me check manage plugins whether the Docker pipeline has been installed properly or not. So let me type Docker pipeline. Yes, it's enabled. It was installed and it's enabled. So let me get into the dashboard and let's create our first pipeline. So now here, so Docker in Jenkins pre-setup is done. This is our pre-setup. Now let's do the exercises. So examples. Let's take our first example, the simplest example. Here what we are going to do is we're going to fetch a node Docker image and we're going to run it. That's it. And it's going to print the version of the node image. Okay. So it's node image example. So I will give Docker pass pipeline as code and example or exercise 1. So let's put our first pipeline. Let's write our first pipeline. So we'll keep the same pipeline script option. We don't need to touch that. So I will write pipeline directive first. Then inside that I will add an agent because we are using a different agent, that is a Docker. So Docker as an agent. So Docker agent, and what we want to do, image name is node and 16, 13, 1 and Alpine. So this is our image. So agent has been put and then Docker has been attached in that. Now let's write one stage here. So stages directive block has been opened. Then the stage inside that is stage testing Docker. Okay, then the stage test Docker block has been opened. Inside that I will mention steps, and the steps here is sh node. I just want to get the version of it. Rest all remains same. Let's cross check the pipeline one more time. Pipeline directive block has been opened. Inside that we have attached an agent. So agent block, inside that agent block we have attached the Docker agent. As we have attached the Jenkins user into the Docker group, so we can easily access the Docker now. So then the stages comes into the picture, the first stage, and then steps inside that sh. So rest all fine. Let me save it and let us run our first Jenkins pipeline with Docker or using Docker. So it's building. Let's wait for the magic. Let's see what's going to happen. It's taking some time. Means it's working. There is no issue. Yes. Stage 1 test Docker has been built. Yeah, it's successful. You can see the green symbol here. Let me zoom it more. You can see the green symbol here. It's successful. Let me get into the console and see what had happened. You see the console running on Jenkins in this workspace, and after that the Docker inspect f, and this command has been executed. Then it pulled this image, Docker pull node alpine. This image has been pulled, and then so when this image has been pulled, all the layers that are there inside that image has also been pulled, and then the pulling is completed. Once it is completed and it has done the checksum verification, and that is also done, you can see the status downloaded newer image with the node, this one. And so Jenkins does not seem to be running inside a container. So now the Docker run, so this has been started, you can see that. So Docker now finally this has to be executed, that is node version. So Docker, after that Docker has stopped the container and removed the volumes also. So everything has been done, stopping the container. Docker has run the container, and then it has printed the version has been printed, that is v16.13.1, and then Docker has been stopped, and then it's been removed. The volumes also been removed along with that. So let us cross check that. From here it's very clear that your image has been pulled, container has been run. The container, after starting, it has printed a message, that's the version, and then it's been stopped and removed. That we can clearly see from here. But let's get into our server and see what had happened so far. So okay, clear the screen and Docker images. So got permission denied, that's fine. I have an idea to do that. So Docker images, you see that your node image, you got it, 28FD30C24DEB. So let me get into that. And where is that? Here is the come to the console output and Docker image status, Docker image ID, you can find out. And after that, this is the container ID. You see the Docker image, exactly same node 16.13.1 alpine, that's the tag. And you see that tag here, node repository, and then tag name and image ID. Okay, let's give Docker ps no container, docker psa, no container, because the container has been dead and it's been removed. So that's the reason we could not find any container here. So let me get back to our and click on here. So this is our build, and here you can see the workspaces. So if you go to the where lib Jenkins workspace docker pass exercise 1, here you're gonna find, so cd where lib docker and ls, what is that, just a minute, workspace cd, okay, that should be inside the container. So you can see that your workspace inside the Jenkins, and you are with this you are able to run your, okay, let me get back to the sticky note. So the first example has been run, the image has been fetched, and it has been run. So as we are seeing on the slide, we have fetched, we have pulled this image and we have run this image, and the image, the container has printed the version of the image, the version of that node container. Okay, now let's look into one more example. It's a workspace synchronization. uh, if it's important to keep workspace synchronized with other stages, then we can reuse the node. We can use that parameter reuse node true. So otherwise dockerized stage can be run on any other agent or on the same agent but in temporary workspace. So in this by default, so let's look into that. So by default, for containerized stage, Jenkins does the following things. It picks an agent, it creates a new empty workspace, and it clones the pipeline code into it, then mount this new workspace into a container. So that's what happens in this piece of code. You can see that on your screen. So I think the rest all remains same. I don't need to explain again and again. So what it will do, that I have told you. Now it's time to build this pipeline. So let me get into the, so I will go to my, for this let me write a script. Yeah, this is exercise example 2. This time node reuse. For that I want to do SCM example. I want to fetch this from GitHub. So let me go to my GitHub. So here is that repository that I have written, and here is my Jenkins file. So let me go through the Jenkins file once. Pipeline, main block, inside that agent any initially, then inside the stages we have written a first stage build, and there we have mentioned agent which is docker, and then image is Gradle 6.7, and a reuse node option we have mentioned, and finally it has to print this Gradle version. So let us take the repo URL https and copy this, and let's get back into the Jenkins and let's build our new pipeline. So new item, this is docker pass scm exercise pipeline, click OK, and this is again docker pipeline using scm. Directly scroll down completely, and here click on pipeline script from scm, then select git and paste the URL of it, and credentials are not required, and finally here the branch name is main, and rest all remains same. And let me click save and build now. Let's wait for the result. What's going to happen? It's taking some amount of time. That means it's working. So declarative checkout SCM is a first stage, then the build stage. It's still building, 8 seconds at to go, 13 seconds is done. So let's wait for that. The pipeline is being built, waiting for the output result. Successful. So let me click on console output and let's go through the console output. As usual, the initial steps, no credentials required. Then cloning the remote git repository. Then it's been cloned and git checkout, and it has initialized and all done, all the steps that were done. Then here docker pull gradle version, you see that gradle 6.7 jdk1, it has pulled all the layers and pull has been completed, and here you can see that. And then it has run the container at this part, and it has attached the volume also, you see that volume option. If you do not know what I'm talking, these are the docker commands. We are going to see this in our next module. That's the 6th module, first part about docker. That time it will be very clear, so you don't need to worry much about this. I just want to show you how to use a docker tool with Jenkins when you write a pipeline. So finally, Gradle version, it's been printed. Welcome to Gradle 6.7.1 exclamation mark. And here are the highlights of the result. So file system watching. So let's get down. So the container has been run. Then the index, the template has been printed, the sample file. And you see the Gradle 6.7.1 and all the information about the Gradle has been printed. Then after that, it's been stopped. The container has been stopped, and then the container has been removed with volumes. These are called volume bindings, and finally it's finished. So now let's get into our server and we'll cross check the same. Okay, docker images, you see that Gradle 6.7 jdk11 and image id. That's it. And anyway, we cannot find any containers, they were all killed and dead. So but you can see your docker images that we have built, that we have pulled from the docker hub. Node and Gradle, these are the 2 exercises so far we have done using docker with Jenkins. So 2 exercises, we have seen it, and the second exercise is also successful, but this time we have used SCM. Now let's see multi-container pipeline. So using multi-containers, it has become increasingly common for code bases to rely on multiple different technologies. For example, a repository might have both a Java-based back-end API implementation and a JavaScript-based front-end implementation. Combining Docker and Pipeline allows a Jenkins file used to multiple types of technologies by combining the agent directive. So with different stages that we are going to look into this file now. So we're going to look into this file. So that is, it consists of a multiple containers on this file. You can see that. So in this, you see that it started with the pipeline block, and after that you have 2 containers, 2 agents. This is a first one and this is the second one. So these are 2 stages, and in each stage we have a different containers, different images, a docker image maven in the first stage and a node image in the second stage. Let's build this, let's write this. So let me create a new pipeline. This is docker pass multi container exercise. click on pipeline and say OK, and this is multi-container pipeline, and scroll down and let's begin writing the pipeline. So pipeline, so agent initial one is none. Then let's begin our stages. So stages directive, inside the stages block we are going to write our first stage, that is backend. And space, so agent in this is our Docker image maven colon, tag is 3.8.1 and adopt to so adopt OpenJDK 11 is fine. OpenJDK 11 is fine, and then close the braces. And so first agent is set up. Then let's write steps, what steps it has to do. So the steps directive sh mvn version, that's it, nothing much is required. Then let me make another one. So this is for another container. This time we are going to use a node container. So stage, and here it's a front end, agent, again Docker image, and this time it is node, tag is 16 13 1 and alpine, and close the braces. So let me add steps now. sh node and version. So rest all fine. Let me save this and let me build this pipeline with multi containers. So before that, let me, okay, it's been done. Yeah, it's been built. So let me check the console output. First, you see the maven, docker inspect maven. So maven image has been pulled, then docker it's started, and then it's been stopped, and then it's been removed. And similarly for the node 16.13 tag also same thing happened, and it has also printed the version. So it's finished successfully. So let's get back into the exercise and we'll see the pipeline one more time. Let me click on full stage view. You see that you have two stages. One is backend container, second one is front end container. So let me rerun this. Let me rebuild it. Yes, this time it's successful. So now let's get into our server and we will see. Okay. Let's see the status. So clear the screen and Docker images. You see that? You got the maven and node both together. 16.13.1 alpine node and maven 3.8.1 adapt to JDK. So this is how we can run a multi containers also. So then let's close this docker using pipeline, Jenkins pipeline. So we'll wrap up this section with this final example. So reusing an example from above with a more custom docker file. So in spite of this, you can write your own docker file that we are going to do in our mega project. So, and you can mention those information here and you can rerun that. Let's look into a few more advanced concepts in Jenkins, that is Jenkins branches and pull requests. So this slide covers the concept of multi branch pipelines which build on the Jenkins file foundation to provide more dynamic and automatic functionalities in Jenkins. So here we'll look into the way to create a multi-branch pipeline. So the multi-branch pipeline project type enables you to implement different Jenkins files or different branches of the same project in a multi-branch pipeline project. So Jenkins automatically discovers, manages, and executes pipelines for branches which contains the Jenkins files in source control. So this eliminates the need for manual pipeline creation and management. Anyway, we are not demonstrating this here, so we will do that in our mega project. So now let's look into the one more most important concept, very important concept, that's build triggers. Build triggers. So the triggers directive defines the automated ways in which the pipeline should be triggered. For pipelines which are integrated with a source such as GitHub or Bitbucket, triggers may not be necessary because we can do the same with webhooks. Webhook based integration will also work there. So the triggers currently available are cron, polyscium, upstream. Cron, polyscium, and upstream. So let me show that. Let me demonstrate that here. So example, let me create a new pipeline. This is pass build triggers and click on pipeline and save OK. Yeah, now you can see that here you can give general description. Then as you scroll down a bit, you can find that build trigger section. So here you have to attach the which trigger you want to use. So there are around 6. Build after other projects are built, it's pretty normal. Once the project is done, then we will build it. Then after that, build periodically. Then GitHub hooks, that I have told you, GitHub hooks or webhook. And then polyscium and triggers build remotely. So these are the 6. So when you select polyscium, you have to give the information about that. If you select build periodically or build after other project, you have to mention the project to be watched. And yeah, here triggers build remotely from scripts, then you have to give authentication token. For all those things, you have to mention the you have to do respective pre-setup. Once the pre-setup is done, then you have to give all the information here. So that's how it works. Anyway, we are not going to do exercises on this in this session. We will be doing a build triggers module in mega project. There we are going to look into that, so just wait for that. So cron, everything we will discuss in depth there. So cron means it accepts a cron style to define a regular interval at which the pipeline should be re-triggered. For example, you can give this time and you can give the better time also. It's not any like cron, I'll show you. It's hours, minutes, and every day you want to run, or every day, every hour, and in between this time. So like that. So every month and every year, every month. Then after that, 1 to 5 in between. I think first day of every week till the 5th day you run this project. That's what it says. And similarly, you can go for the polyscium. So polyscium act, even that accepts a cron style string to define a regular interval at which Jenkins should check for new source changes. If new changes exist, the pipeline will be re-triggered. For example, you can take this example as this. This is also similar to that. And upstream accepts a comma separated string of jobs and a threshold. When any job in the string finishes with the minimum threshold, the pipeline will be re-triggered. You can see that example. So now let's see one example, the simplest example here. This triggers the declarative pipeline, and on other side you can see that Jenkins cron style cron syntax. So the Jenkins cron syntax follows the syntax of the cron utilities. So let us look into that. So the first one is the minutes. Normally minutes are mentioned like this, 0 to 59, and hours 0 to 23, and date of months it's between 1 to 31, and the month specifically this is day of month 1 to 31, and the month itself 1 to 12, if the day of the week 0 to 7. So from minute, hour, date of month, month, and day of week, this is the pattern here. And if you go with if you want to do like for year and all hours and all months, then you have to mention asterisk. Then it understands that I have to run this project, I have to search every second and every minute. Or if I give uh, a, a pattern like 1 to 5, 1 to 2 of day of week means, so I have to search only in between day 1 of that week till day 5 of that week. Okay, as a closer, let's do a small exercise. The complicated exercises will be done in this iDevOps mega course, in the mega project. In the mega projects, we'll be doing a continuous integration and continuous delivery pipeline with Docker and without Docker also. So there, everything will be automatically triggered. So there we'll see a complex and complicated project, but here we will see the simple example. So for that, let me get into the repository. So this is the repository we have created. Pass pipeline as code, build trigger exercise. You can see the Jenkins file, and pipeline agent is any, and triggers directive. You see the triggers directive here. So we have attached the triggers directive, and then and after that you have stages. Inside the stages, I would give, let me just a minute. Yeah, inside the stages, stage trigger. Rest all is fine. Now let me commit the changes one more time. Committing updates, and save it. So now let me take the URL. Okay, repository build triggers exercise, and take me the URL of this, and get into our Jenkins, and let me create a new pipeline saying pass build trigger exercise, and click on pipeline and click OK. So this this pipeline will be triggered by cron job. And let me scroll down, and here in spite of this pipeline script, I would go with the pipeline script from SCM, select git, and paste the URL, and scroll down, change it to master to main, change the master to main. Rest all fine. Let me save it and build it. So declarative checkout SCM is done, and build stage build trigger is done. Let me put it into the full stage view, and you can see that pipeline clearly. So I haven't triggered it. I haven't started the pipeline. The pipeline was triggered automatically. You see that? And let me click on logs. So print message is Hare Krishna. It's been printed. And similarly, let me check the logs in stage 1. That's declarative checkout also. So here, so and it's success. So let me get back and look into the console also. Console output. Yeah, here you can see the console output. It's been printed. It's been printed. So let's build it one more time. So if you want to see the pipeline steps, you can see the pipeline steps. Each and every step is mentioned: git branch, git commit, git URL. Then you see stage build trigger. Here 55 milliseconds. That's what this thing, and it's been printed at the end. Then if you want to see the replay, this is what the code we have written. And if you want to restart from stage and run it again, we have run the same file, the same Jenkins file, and again it's successful. So this is how we use a build trigger. The more complicated and complex projects we'll be doing in mega projects. Now it's time to wrap this up. So before we wrap up the Jenkins, we will look into the summary, and we'll just go through it, what we have discussed so far. So we have begun with we'll see managing Jenkins. What are there in managing Jenkins? Managing Jenkins consists of a system configuration section and um, security section. In system configuration section, you will find how to configure tools, and then and find configuring their tools and their locations and automatic installers. This kind of information you will find in system configuration. And manage plugins, we have seen there how to install the plugin, how to enable the plugin, and if you want to disable the plugin, all things can be done here. And similarly, we have seen manage nodes and clouds. So managing the nodes, we have used one example, that's a Docker example. And on other side, security. So security, here we have seen the manage users at the beginning, how to create a user and how to delete a user and how to modify the user, that we have seen. And then configure credential providers, and we have seen the manage credentials, how to add credentials and everything. Then again, managing Jenkins, few more sections. That's status information section. We have not gone so much into this because it's not primarily that important for building the pipelines. If it would be important to gather more information about the pipelines and about your Jenkins and your system log and your load statistics, and if you want to know about your Jenkins and your environment variable, all that information, system information, everything, you will get it from the status information. And we have tools and actions. From here you can use Jenkins CLI and furthermore uh, uh, extensions of Jenkins. Then for the troubleshooting, you can use manage old data. Then finally, we are coming to the managing plugins, because this is very important. So in managing plugins, what we have done, we have installed the plugin, and we have updated the plugins, we have enabled the plugins, and we have disabled the plugins. So that's what is all for now with Jenkins. We have seen too much. I hope you are following very much with me, and I hope you enjoyed the Jenkins session and Jenkins exercises and Jenkins demonstrations. So if you like it, kindly please spread it and keep liking me, keep liking my videos, and keep subscribing my videos, and keep enjoying, keep loving. I'll see you in another module of this course I DevOps for you, that is Docker. Until then, bye bye and see you again.